Good to go?
Okay.
Everybody ready?
Mom, we're waiting on you.
Okay. And we're ready to go. Framework. In order to clarify the round, we offer the following observation. Ted Turner created this event as a response to the elitism and I made up a word, unrelatability of policy debate. To honor his intent and pay homage to his vision, the team that is entertaining in raps should win the round. I am Christy, and this is partner Joe. We're here today to advocate for pro. Resolved. Development assistance should be prioritized over military aid in the Sahel region of Africa. Developmental aid that leads to economic growth and or political stability. Here comes the fun part. Are you ready now? Contention 1, contention 2, contention 3, pow! Contention 1, food aid is necessary in the status quo. Food, glorious food, can solve this tale of woe. Food aid qualifies as developmental help. Food aid leads to economic wealth. Well, growth, but it didn't rhyme. Barrett, 1998. Food aid thereby provides resources that can perhaps help stimulate development. A pervasive and uniform aspect of the development process is a rapid increase in per capita agricultural production that accompanies or precedes general economic growth. Thus, food aid is considered development existence. Water nowhere, so none for them to drink. Major drought in 2012 put Sahel on the brink. Oxfam International, 2013. Last year, over 18 million people in the Sahel region of West Africa were affected by a severe food crisis caused by drought, a failure of several crops, and sharp rises in food prices. The lives of over 1 million children were at risk from severe malnutrition. ec.europa.eu, 2013. In 2013, nutrition care and supplementary feeding will continue to be a massive need, with 1.4 million suffer from the severest form of malnutrition. C, the UN's program is underfunded. Oxfam again. Across the Sahel region, 10 million people still urgently need their families and rebuild their livelihood. However, as of 5 April, the UN appeal for 2013 was just 24% funded. The UN's aid is underfunded, so time to fix the problem. Food aid is the international community's job. Impact. No progress will ever be made if residents of the Sahel don't receive food aid. Maslow's hierarchy supports the above view. No development will ever happen without food aid pledges anew. Moving on to contention 2, health assistance is overdue. Folks in Sahel are sick and dying. Health assistance is worth our trying. A, malnutrition has caused at least 260 deaths. World Health Organization 2013 is the risk of contracting and dying of common illnesses such as malaria, diarrhea, cholera, pneumonia, measles, and others. Over 36,000 cases have been reported in Cameroon, Mali, Chad, Nigeria, Senegal, and Niger, with 260 deaths between January and May 2012. B, cholera has killed many Sahel residents. Help Children 2013. So far this year, cholera has killed nearly 700 people in West and Central Africa, where more than 29,000 cases have been reported. C, Sahel countries have poor health infrastructure. World Health Organization. The Sahel countries have fragile health systems with health systems efficiency rankings from 162 to 178 out of 191 countries according to their Health Systems Efficiency Index. D, financial developmental assistance will help to reduce health issues through 4 levels of intervention. Increase access to services, preventive interventions, provide essential drugs to health facilities, and activities at minimum for the treatment of main killers of children. Sahel is a region of many sickly peeps. Developmental age will save them for keeps. Since we ask you to be pro.
We're going to take some prep.
You gonna write it out?
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah. All right. Thanks. I have that at 45.
Okay. Well, what is the time is? So we're doing 2 or 4? 2.
Whatever.
What?
Right.
No.
Are you the judge? Peanut gallery? Bonus? Danny?
Mm-hmm.
Love you, buddy. Danny and I get a resolution resolved. Development assistance should be prioritized over military aid in the Sahel region of Africa. Contention 1, aid dependency. Current aid practices foster aid dependency as illustrated by Dambia Moyo of the Wall Street Journal. Quote, as aid flows in, there is nothing more for the government to do. It doesn't need to raise taxes as long as it pays the army. It doesn't have to take account for its disgruntled citizens. Stuck in an aid world of no incentives, there is no reason for governments to seek other, better, more transparent ways of raising development finance. The aid system encourages poor country governments to pick up the phone and ask for donor agencies for the next capital infusion. Moyo further establishes the precedent of this phenomenon in the Sahel. In the African nations of Burkina Faso, Rwanda, Somalia, Mali, Chad, Mauritania, and Sierra Leone from 1970 to 2002, over 70% of total government spending came from foreign aid, according to figures from the World Bank. According to a report by Dr. Brodkin of Johns Hopkins University, continued over a long period of time, dependence on aid may make it more difficult for good governance and institutions to develop. However, good governance and institutions are essential for aid to work. According to a briefing by the Overseas Development Institute, the relationship between governance and development has risen up the international policy agenda. There is widespread agreement that governance matters, intrinsically and for improvements in economic and social outcomes. The Sahel lacks good governance, according to John Slater of the Oxfam International from the same article they quoted. The latest challenge, however, remains huge. The latest Civicus survey newly resource-rich African countries remain rooted near the bottom of global governance rankings. So remember, when they're telling you they're going to solve all these problems, their own article tells you that we lack the good governance to do so in the status quo. Moreover, dependency increases overall instability. Martin Steinwald of Stony Brook University notes the worst possible outcome since stability aid actually worsens the problem, and that is intended to solve. It encapsulates the dilemma of the donor's preference for stability. Without those preferences, the recipient government would extract rents at self-sustainable levels. But since donors cannot commit to withhold aid once unsustainable policies are in place, recipient governments have incentives to institute the destabilizing policies that the donor wishes to prevent. Aid dependence also decreases economic growth and increases poverty. First, according to Tim Harford for the Public Policy for the Private Sector, aid appears to slow the growth of labor-intensive industries in developing countries, consistent with disease effect caused by an appreciating exchange rate. Second, Mohammed Nishat of the University of Karachi finds, in the long run, a 1% increase in foreign aid brings about a 0.6% increase in the overall poverty. Contention 2, targeted military aid. The Sahel is currently facing threats from terrorist and militant factions. According to Donald Yamamoto from the State Department, porous borders and limited government presence and capacities mean that insecurity is one part of the region can instantly become a security threat in another. In 2011, one result of the Libyan revolution, among many others, was an increase in the flow of dangerous weapons and well-armed experienced fighters into the Sahel. The collapse of Libyan security institutions caught the Sahel at an especially vulnerable time. Moreover, if this goes unchecked, it will begin to move further into the region. The peace-building organization notes, in fact, there is every indication that the crisis in Mali will eventually migrate to Niger, because of a volatile domestic situation that remains largely unsolved. Clearly, military aid needs to be prioritized immediately before any other aid can be used. Historically, targeted military aid has been successful in deterring terrorism. Professor Coy of the University of Illinois states, a cross-national time series analysis of 166 countries during the period of 1970 to 2005 shows that terrorist pursuit initiatives successfully deter terrorism. But other intervention missions, such as those to neutralize domestic disputes, facilitate regime change, or humanitarian aid, like they argue for, backfire. Furthermore, we can clearly see how this is also highly cost-effective. When Joseph Young of American University states, conflict aid, at $1 per capita increases, is expected to decrease counts of terrorism attacks by more than 32%. We can also see a recent example of this in Mali, where Peter Bergen on the CNN notes, in past weeks, relatively small forces of some 2,000 French soldiers have rolled through Mali, putting the militants on the run. Thus, Danny and I negate. Are you ready for Crossfire?
Sure.
All right.
All right, so your contention is that it's bad, excuse me, to create dependency. So what if they don't get that aid at all?
What if they don't?
Yeah. Wouldn't it be worse
No, ma'am.
than if they depend?
Arguing that not only do you then give countries that at some point right now have to bow to their people's will, you then give them the ability to completely ignore the humanitarian crises going on inside of the country. And your own source actually recognizes that we wasted over $50 billion a year, or almost $1 billion a week, giving aid to those governments because they don't give it.
Who is we?
We, the international community. UN,
not just the United
USA.
States.
No, that's Oxfam looks at all aid given to the African regions.
Okay, so the idea that you're saying is that we should not give them developmental aid because none of it ever gets to them, it's all being wasted.
We shouldn't give them a loaded gun when their first thought is going to be to shoot themselves in the foot. And it's a
Okay,
terrible
so we shouldn't
policy.
give them military aid because they're going to shoot themselves in the foot.
Our
They need
argument
food,
isn't that
right?
we give them military aid. Our argument is that we use military aid in targeted situations to decrease the overall volatility of the region. We don't
Okay.
hand them things. We go in and give them a help. We're
Oh.
equalizers. We're
Alright,
not giving them the
so
ability to survive.
When we go in to teach them how to better have crops that are more sustainable and so that they can
in a
feed
region that
themselves.
is currently becoming a desert. So we're teaching them how to farm in a region that in 20 years will not have any fresh water.
Okay,
That
I
seems
actually
like a
have
very
evidence
bad
that that
policy.
kind of goes against that.
The
but
UN stated
at
it's a
this-
natural process. There's no way of turning it around. So I'm not entirely sure how you're
I'm
going
not
to make
sure
that
how
better.
they're an expert on that, but
They
my
employ a few
contention
climate
also
people at the
is-
department.
all right. So if you're going to give them military aid because it needs to be prioritized over everything else, what are you going to give these people to eat? Bullets? I mean,
No.
these people have nothing to eat. They have to be able to
Yet
nourish
again, if you look at the
themselves.
current money you're giving them, they're still not eating.
do it again?
We're not doing the tape after that.
Well, that's good. Okay, now that I've completely thrown everything in there.
It's not that you want to show you
I'm still trying to finish grading exams and stuff.
The last one I got was actually yesterday.
Safe housing.
Tell me about it.
Okay, I gotta see if I'm staying in the same room or if I'm leaving.
I still
quarter last time?
You guys don't have a quarter?
Ask Siri.
You think you would have fit. What? I don't have a quarter.
No.
Siri, who should go first? No. Quarter.
I have a quarter.
Thank you. Flip it over here. What?
I'm really bad at numbers. Okay, here.
Heads.
That's a two. Sorry.
Oh.
Second.
Alright, and now I
Do you
need
want this back or can I just keep this?
I'm gonna have to Snapchat this.
I have a quarter.
Danny's win for the day. He keeps the quarter.
What?
Is it argued that I shouldn't be? Just in case.
So many men.
Yeah, the live stream's working. Are you guys ready to go? Alright guys, so basic stuff. Cell phones off. No flash photography. If so, give me a warning. I like to smile. Thank you again for coming out here. If you weren't here for the last round when Danny kind of monologued about how important he feels like it is, thank you for being here. Thanks, James. No problem, buddy. Alright, so opponents. Unbiased judge.
I'm ready, James. Yeah.
Okay, peanut gallery.
Yeah.
That's all of you.
I want everyone to nod. Alright.
Yes.
Danny?
Yeah.
You are the wind beneath my wings. Ready? Danny and I affirm the resolution resolved. Development assistance should be prioritized over military aid in the Sahel region of Africa. Contention 1, crisis security. According to the African Development Bank, the food security situation on the continent was overshadowed by a looming food and humanitarian crisis in the Sahel due to drought. Colin Hendricks of the World Food Program knows the potential threat to regional security. Recurrent, long-lasting droughts in the Sahel have undermined cooperative relationships between herders and farmers, leading to food insecurity and increased competition for water and land between the groups. Development aid, however, can solve for this, according to Angela Mwangi for the UN. A focus on education, research and development, access to capital and infrastructure development will open up avenues to off-farm employment, thus acting as a safety net. It is time that Africans played an active role in research and development on matters that affect them. Joseph Young of American University finds that increases in education, civic, and conflict aid can help reduce terrorism by 71%, 40%, and 32% respectively. Empirically, this has decreased terrorism. Yona Alexander from the Potomac Institute notes, attacks in the Sahel region have experienced modest declines in 2 of the last 3 years. Contention 2, checking Chinese influence in Africa. According to the European Commission, critics maintain that China has taken the world hostage by controlling a monopoly of 97% of global rare earth mineral production, allowing them to put Chinese interests above those of the host countries, particularly in Africa. The issues that these metals cannot be adequately replaced. According to Thomas Gradle of Yale University in this October 2013, we studied substitution potential for 62 different metals and their major uses. For not one of the 62 metals are exemplary substitutes available for all metal major uses. These are things like guided missiles, your iPhones that you're filming us with, things along those lines, so we can't really live without them. There are several negative impacts to African nations and the global community. 1. Increasing regional instability. Karen Forstill, the global researcher, explains, China's ever-growing demand for natural resources has led it to invest in countries like the Sudan, which have been condemned by the West for genocidal practices or human rights abuses. 2. Threatening global market security. According to the U.S. News and World Report in April of 2013, despite years of concern around the world, China still controls a monopoly on rare earth elements that are critical to a number of advanced weapon systems, mobile devices, and emerging green technologies. China has used its wealth to shock the stock market. According to the Director for National Intelligence, James Clapper, rare earth element prices spiked after China enacted a 40% export quota cut in July of 2010. As of December 2012, rare earth element prices had receded, but still remained at least 80% and as much as 600% above pre-July 2010 levels. China has also threatened to reshock the market. According to the Wall Street Journal, as of yesterday, Beijing is seeking to trim its exports of rare earth, despite international pressure to do the opposite. 3. Destroying local environments. According to the New York Times, China's cabinet acknowledged that poorly regulated mining policies in its rare earth industries had caused widespread environmental damage. It warned that inefficient mining and refining practices had produced extensive emissions of radioactive residues, heavy metals, and other contaminants. Dr. Jumbo paints the pictures for what this means for Africa. With its increasing investments in Africa, there is a possibility that Chinese business will push African national industries aside and bankrupt national economic systems. They simply focus on profits regardless of their harmful influences on African societies, such as environmental pollution, excessive development, and exploitation of local labor. Prioritizing development aid can help the international community combat China's hostile monopoly and help African nations recover from the damage caused by it. Colonel Rogers of the National Defense University explains the U.S. needs to aggressively expand, improve, and incentivize existing initiatives to encourage economic and political reform and counter China's locking up of African resources by leveraging superior American extractive technology. According to Ronald Chipeke of the International Journal of Humanities and Social Science, African countries should call for a massive injection of foreign funds into construction of roads, highways, rail lines, information and communication technology, and most importantly in the establishment of relevant and durable manufacturing and value addition infrastructure that makes it possible for them to add their minerals and sell them at better prices. Thus, Danny and I affirm.
Opponents ready?
Yeah.
Cesar? Everybody else? We negate the resolution resolved. Developmental assistance should be prioritized over military aid in the Sahel region of Africa. We offer the following observations. First, according to economist Mbisa Moyo, in nearly all cases, short-term aid evaluations give the erroneous impression of aid success, but short-term evaluations are scarcely relevant when trying to tackle Africa's long-term problems. Aid effectiveness should be measured against its contribution to long-term sustainable growth. Accordingly, we should favor that policy that does what is best for long-term problems over policies that seem to solve short-term ones. Second, the affirmative team has the exclusive burden to prove that the resolution is true. All we need to do to win the round is show they have failed to meet their burden. As such, we do not need to provide any positive arguments for military aid. We need only show that the arguments my opponents have defended were insufficient to establish the truth of the resolution. With that, consider the following arguments. Contention 1. Development aid furthers conflict. As the Stimson Center explains, applying traditional development initiatives that depend on decentralizing and strengthening the state will be difficult in the Sahel, given the lack of effective state institutions in the capital and the lack of state institutions overall. The Center furthers the international development efforts have largely failed in the region and have exacerbated tensions and conflicts. The reason for this is quite simple. Development aid is predicated on the idea that existing government infrastructure can effectively use the aid. Because such an infrastructure is mostly absent in the Sahel, the aid is simply fought over by competing parties. Contention 2, development aid is counterproductive. It is important to note that development aid to the Sahel from the US and EU totals $694 million per year. According to the Wall Street Journal, the African Union estimated that corruption was costing $150 billion per year, as international donors were apparently turning a blind eye to the simple fact that aid money was inadvertently fueling waste and corruption. It has been all too easy for the funds to be used for anything except for the developmental purposes for which they were intended. The problem is that development aid fuels and facilitates government corruption, which is significantly more costly than the amount of development aid required to alleviate suffering. The Wall Street Journal furthers that as aid flows in, there is nothing more for the government to do. It doesn't need to raise taxes, it doesn't need to take care of its citizens, and as long as it pays the army, it doesn't have to take account for its disgruntled citizens. All the government needs to do is to court its foreign donors to stay in power. This is why approximately 70% of the public purse comes from foreign aid, giving governments no incentive to implement policies for long-term sustainable growth. This is confirmed empirically. According to William Easterly, countries with below average aid have the same growth rate as countries with above average aid. Poor countries with no aid had no trouble attaining positive growth. For example, Chad had zero growth over the study time period. Moreover, according to economist Mbisa Moyo, over the past 30 years, the most aid-dependent countries have exhibited an average annual growth rate of minus 0.2%. Between 1970 and 1998, when aid flows to Africa were at their peak, the poverty rate in Africa rose from 11% to a staggering 66%. Furthermore, foreign aid discourages savings. As explained by the Financial Times, foreign aid causes a massive decline in the levels of saving and investment among the general population, who are empirically shown to spend what little money they have rather than prepare for future needs. As savings decline, there is a multiplier effect in the reduction of savings as banks lend less money themselves. The Times furthers that an outgrowth of the crowding out problem is that higher aid consumption leads to an environment where much more money is chasing fewer goods. This almost invariably leads to higher prices and, along with that, higher inflation. The impact of this is striking and devastating. As renowned economist Hernando de Soto explains, the benefit of savings in Africa is greater than 40 times all foreign aid received since 1945. The reason for this is simple. When people save, it enables local businesses to receive investments necessary for forming sustainable economic processes, and without savings, or with the discouraged savings seen with development aid, there is less ability for businesses to grow, which ultimately, in the long term, undermines economic expansion and development in these countries. Therefore, we urge you to negate the resolution. Thank you.
Would you mind if I take a look at your case?
Sure.
I just wrote it. No, you're good. Okay, China.
One second.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
Okay, so when you prioritize something, does that mean that we're just going to throw more money at it? That we give it more attention, more of our time, we try and restructure certain things?
I mean, when you look to what's empirically happened, you see that
Empirically happened when, by the way? What's your time frame?
through the Wall Street Journal evidence, it's as of 2012.
Okay.
Which says that corruption is costing Africa $150 million a year as a direct result of sending them aid.
Yeah, so that form of aid, the way that we were dealing with development was bad, right? You would agree that just shouldn't do it.
Sure.
Okay, Danny, I agree with that.
Okay. So, you talk about China.
Yeah.
Is there an actor in the resolution?
No.
Okay, so China could just be giving development aid under the resolution.
I mean, that would
Fulfill
be
the F
fulfilling.
burden in the resolution, and therefore
No.
your entire
We're
second
arguing that
convention.
the entire international community has to take precedence here. Also, we're arguing that
You
China
can't just
already
pick and
is
choose an
prioritizing.
actor if the resolution doesn't
See,
present
we're
an
not
actor.
picking and choosing actor. You actually have to do that to try and take our contention away by choosing China. We're saying the
You are
entire
the-
global community is going to be taking action. More importantly,
Except
we're
for
saying
China.
that right now... No, hell, China could do as much as it wants. We're saying that the second other people step in, the incentive for countries to go with China goes down. Because we already see countries not wanting to work with China, but seeing as they're the only country who's willing to do so right now, because they're the only ones prioritizing developmental aid, we have a serious problem. So Danny and I are trying to change that status quo.
So basically what you're saying is that there's no one in the world that's trying to buy rare earth metals from Africa.
At the way that China's doing it, no.
Why?
China, okay, so what
Why?
happens...
If we need the
what
metals,
happens
if
in
they're very
Africa
important,
is-
why aren't other countries demanding
Because
it?
what these countries are doing, because there's only one person who's willing to go in and give them the money with
Well-
no strings attached.
Well, I'm
like
asking
China's
you why
doing,
only one person is willing to give
they
them the money.
then get. Why are they willing to do it?
Yes, why is China
Because
the
China,
only country
because
that's
China
doing
is willing to. Well, one, I think they find the value of the rare earth metals to be willing to go in.
But the
but
US
more
doesn't.
importantly, no, because they've been all free on the market up until recently when China started stocking the market. As of
I mean, it just seems
2008,
it seems
we
like you're-
didn't see
it
any
seems like
value
you're
to
arguing
going
both
into
sides.
these metals. Not at all. Again, we give you a very clear link story. We didn't know there was a problem until China decided to cut back its exports of these minerals, and we saw the prices go up to 600%. Then we saw that there was
So-
value, but
so
there's
was
no
there
way for
demand
us
there?
to replace these. There's extreme demand.
So why aren't other countries doing it now?
Because there's no way for them to do it with environmental
Why?
regulations, and we can provide you cards that explicitly point to that. But until we have to point those out to you, what Danny and I are showing you is right now, regardless of what you do, China maintains a development or an advantage. If you don't give us this ability to prioritize, you in no way change that or make our lives easier. Plus,
So
you're
can
also
you
missing
explain-
out the impacts
so
of the African
ex-
nations that China's really messing up right now.
Explain.
So you're only going for a
explain to
few
me-
of those impacts.
Explain to me how building roads in the Sahel is going to relieve the world from China's domination of the rare earths market.
So that card essentially says that when Africa is allowed to develop without Chinese strings, then they're going to be able to sell to other individuals. But right now, resource rents with China are stopping them from being able to sell to other people on the open market.
So
and that's where you're
because
missing.
they don't have
Is like,
roads,
like
they
Chad,
can't sell
for
to the
example,
US.
Chad, for example, you're ignoring the fact that 96% of their resources are rented out. They don't even own those because of the way that China's dealing with this.
Okay.
And we're showing solvency there.
We're going to take some precedent.
Okay.
Just give me a second to get set up. Is everyone... I apologize one more time. I'm trying to find things. Okay. Cool. Is everyone ready?
No.
So, the first argument we hear out of the negative is the idea that we need to be looking to the long term in order to evaluate things. But here's the problem: we also need to be looking to the short term, because in order to achieve long term benefits, or in order to achieve long term solvency, we need to understand how the short term is functioning in order to adapt to the future. But what we ultimately tell you is that short term growth is indicative of long term growth, insofar as the programs are continuing to be working at the same time. It's not like they just happen and they stop. We continue to give aid, we continue to work with these people. So ultimately, short term impacts will ultimately turn into long term impacts. The second argument they give you is that we have the exclusive burden on the round. But here's what I'm going to talk about: the actor argument. I love how Matt gets up and tries to be really seeking. Is so what if China was giving aid? If that's the world they want to defend, we're totally cool with that. But here's the thing: is China doesn't engage in aid at all with countries in the Sahel region. What they specifically do is they make contracts for oil. There's no aid. They're simply abusing these people, taking away their resources, taking away their rights. In fact, the African Federation specifically notes that China has actually increased sales of armored vehicles and guns to Sudan in order for them to continue committing atrocities in Darfur in exchange for oil and resources. So ultimately what we tell you is that if we're looking to different actors in the resolution, we need to be looking to the international community. So even if you want to buy this idea that China's the one giving aid, we're looking to how we affecting the international community. There's no one actor in the resolution, which means we need to be looking at conceptions of aid as a whole and impacts not only to the country in which we're giving aid, but also to the international community, because there's there's no reason we can choose to prioritize developmental aid in order to benefit society as opposed to just that country. There's no reason why we can't do both. So go to the first contention where they talk to you about why there's corruption and doesn't necessarily work because there's no existing infrastructure and it leads to more conflict and stuff like that. So what we would tell you first off is that according to John Tavares at the University of Lisbon, there's an empirical decrease in corruption, as they specifically note that an increase in aid inflows of 1% of GDP in corruption of 2%. Well, we tell you that this ultimately is extremely important because aid decreases corruption, and the results of the study are statistically and economically significant with and robust to different controls. So what we tell you, it was extremely important, is that decreasing corruption is the first step. That's the short-term effect, which allows us to enable the long-term impact. What we tell you is, according to Oxfam, we already have programs working to increase good governance in these regions. They need more time to develop, and once they do, we're able to exact all the impacts that we tell you. But even if you don't buy that, across apply the James Young evidence, which doesn't apply to giving money directly to the government, which still applies to giving money directly to the government, and he finds that there's massive decreases in terrorism when you increase development aid. But secondarily, what we tell you is that aid is actually conditional. According to Texas A&M University, they say that states that poorly perform after receiving aid, whether because of poor government capacity or not, are less likely to receive aid in the future. So what that means is these countries are being poorly distributing their aid, and we simply don't give them more aid. We simply would change how we're giving them aid. We would change incentive structures within that system in order to fix those problems. There's no reason why we aren't able to do that. That would give us a long-term benefit access. So let's go to the second contention where they talk to you about why it's counterproductive. Why it's counterproductive. There it is. Okay, so the first thing that we want to talk about is, according to the World Institute for Development and Economic Research, they say, quote, that this result holds on average for all countries. Poverty is undoubtedly higher in sub-Saharan Africa and the Pacific as a result of declines in aid to those regions during the 1990s. So when you want to look at long-term benefit, impact, that's your long-term impact. Literally 20 years ago, these countries had less poverty than they do now because there were decreases in aid. What we tell you is that aid functionally, we need to get these people started off somewhere. So they talk about how you're crowding out foreign investment, but the problem is there's no local investment to begin with, so there's nothing to crowd out. So what we would tell you ultimately is this is extremely important when you're looking to how aid functions, that we need to create a sustainable economy. We need to develop local economies in the state economy before we can do anything else. So ultimately we would tell you that we also decrease. So ultimately what we would tell you is it leads to a situation and we're able to combat in order to combat corruption, in order to combat poverty in these regions. This is empirical, looking to the long term, exactly answers. Crowd out doesn't apply here.
Can I have prep time, please?
Everyone's ready?
Not yet.
Everyone? So on the short term versus the long term, Danny says you need to solve the short term problems in order to solve the long term problems, and that's true. But what's all important is the policies. If the policies are designed to solve only the short term problems, then by definition they're not going to solve the long term problems, and that's our contention. That the policies of developmental aid solve short term problems because they're designed to do that, but they don't solve the long term problems. Look at the design of the policy, and that is exactly why in Africa we still see the same problems that we saw 50 years ago. Why? Because these policies are designed for the short term. They don't solve long term famine and poverty. Go over to their first contention about crisis security, and they talk about food insecurity. Now, you're going to use the argument from food insecurity against them in today's debate because according to Oxfam, conflicts in Nigeria and Mali are being caused by security problems and the civil wars in the region. Basically, insurgents are creating a situation which is much harder to get food aid to the people, to 13 million people. So the insecurity is causing the food problem in great parts of the Sahel region. 13 million people are not getting access to food because of security problems. And how do you solve security problems? Through military aid provided by the United States and other countries in the West, such as the European Union. So that is actually a reason to vote for us. Food aid is going to be a reason to vote for us. Military aid is going to be a prerequisite. Then they talk about terrorism and counterterrorism. But according to Brigham Young University, the reason why developmental aid causes an increase in terrorism is because governments, the aid usually goes to the governments. And who are the terrorists fighting in the region? They're fighting the governments. And so they have an incentive to target the aid that would otherwise go to the people. So in order to solve for that, you need to arm the governments with military weapons. So again, it's a prerequisite to the people getting the aid. And this is confirmed by the Harvard Belfer Center, which reports that developmental aid without military assistance caused an increase by 90% in conflict casualties, precisely because these terrorists now target the people who are getting the aid because they're seen as supporting the government. The way you solve for this is by increased military assistance to the governments who are fighting the terrorists in Mali and Nigeria. So this is actually an argument for our side. Go over to their second argument about this this China argument. So I'm just basically group everything. I have 5 responses to this. First, there's no act or whatever in the resolution, and so you can use their argument against them because they prove that developmental assistance in the status quo by China, they don't prove that China isn't giving any aid whatever, so developmental assistance from China is creating a situation in which they have increased strings in these countries so that they can increase their influence in the region. They don't show that China isn't giving aid. In fact, China probably is giving aid, which means that they're increasing their influence with this aid, so all their impacts are actually an argument for our side. Secondarily, there's no lack of aid, developmental aid from the West in the status quo. According to the United Nations, the West, including the US and the European Union, gives $700 million in developmental aid. And in the status quo, they say all these bad impacts are happening. And they say the way to solve this is developmental aid. Well, in the status quo, we're already giving massive amounts of money, and the problem isn't being solved. They don't give you a dollar amount as to how much is needed in order to solve for this problem. We're already giving a massive amount of aid, and the problem still persists. So they're not proving their burden under the resolution. The third argument is that they don't prove that China doesn't have strings also with developmental aid. I already touched on this. So yeah, just cross-apply that response. The fourth response is that they don't show that, they don't prove how building roads and providing food to people is going to undermine Chinese influence, especially given the fact that $700 million is already going there, and we've seen no decrease in the amount of influence in China at all. So they're not proving their case. And finally, again, you can use their argument against them because the only way to counteract Chinese influence in the region is for the United States to increase military aid so that we can get them out of the region and increase U.S. influence so that we can have further our altruistic purposes in the future. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, in that last response to China, were you just advocating that we start a proxy war against China in Africa? Is that? I just want to make sure that that was your stance. Because you literally were like, let's use military aid to root China out of
Africa.
See.
If a proxy war undermines Chinese influence, then by your argument, that would be a good thing, right?
No, because it would lead to massive instability. Yes, correcting.
Hold on. How would giving the governments who are fighting the terrorists you oppose weapons? How would that increase regional instability?
So
we're not talking about directly undermining China. We're talking about indirectly undermining China by making their governments dependent on us for their military supplies that they're using to fight the terrorists. It's not a proxy war like the Cold War.
I'm just going to start talking over you because this is ridiculous. So what I'm going to tell you is that the advocacy of giving the government guns and military, and your advocacy is literally saying that development aid somehow increases terrorism because it views this country as a puppet. But then you get up here and tell me that we should funnel weapons to this government and we should give them the support. We should give them everything. Excuse me, it doesn't. Right. So if you're fighting terrorists in a region by giving them military aid, that would just make more people angry within the region.
Can I respond?
No.
That wouldn't make more people. I can't respond.
Absolutely not. Sarcasm. Go for
Okay.
it.
Thank you for that because I couldn't tell. So what the giving them arms does is it causes the terrorists to be killed. Our argument about the development aid causing more deaths was because the terrorists now target the people who are getting the aid. But if you increase arms shipments to these countries, that makes it harder for the terrorists to cause innocent loss of life.
That assumes that the government is able to effectively give out these guns to the
With
military.
more weapons, they'll be more effective. With more planes, they'll be more effective. With drones, they'll be more effective.
Congratulations for adopting U.S. military strategy since 1776, which has failed in just about every case in which we've done so.
Can you kill terrorists without weapons?
What you can do is you get people to reject the ideology.
Sticks, rocks.
But secondly, what James
James
is going to get up here and tell you specifically is that according to the University of Georgia, they specifically note that when you give discrete developmental aid, you are actually able to effectively root out dissident terrorism within these regions, which, if you would note, like the Al-Qaeda and the Islamic Maghreb, is mainly dissident terrorists. There are a few fundamentalists.
How do you kill terrorists?
So you probably have to root them out of the country.
How do you kill terrorists? How do you root them out of the country?
Okay, so let me.
Do you use sticks to push them out of the country?
James, now I understand why you wanted to punch Cesar in the face 6 times. So what I'm going to tell you.
And don't say that in a real debate round.
You're right. This isn't one. So what I'm going to tell you is this idea that when you go ahead and you give them weapons, it makes everyone else in the region more angry. Increasing.
Let me push them out with sticks.
No. So what you do is you increase dissident terrorism. You increase the amount of people that these groups.
So you're against shooting terrorists.
So you increase the amount.
Just to be clear, you're against shooting terrorists.
the amount of people that these terrorists can recruit. When you give them development aid, you piss off less people in that region.
And then they target civilians.
Which would lead to a decrease in dissident terrorism. You have to decrease the amount of people who want to join the terrorist organization in order to defeat the terrorist organization. We're the only ones who do that.
So we're going to take a calming breath for 5 seconds.
Do you have water, Danny? You can have that.
All right. Are we all feeling better now? Yeah? Okay. So a quick off-time roadmap. I'm going to categorize this debate into categories. I'm going to explain why Danny and I are winning. And then you're going to vote for us. Right now. Okay, so first we're going to start with the debate that aid doesn't work. Now I want to point out one thing about Matt and Cesar's entire advocacy. It basically premises itself on 2 things. 1, we're using the old style of aid. 2, we're giving them money. Danny and I are not advocating that at any point. All of our sources are more recent than the Wall Street Journal evidence they brought up. In fact, our sources are from last month, stating that right now there are initiatives undergoing that deal with corruption, bad governance, and poor institutional development. We've not only brought that up in the rebuttal speech, but also my crossfire. They never dealt with that. I agree, the old form of aid was terrible. That's why we need to prioritize it and make it better. Not only that, we give you clear examples of where we don't want to give people money. We're talking about better trade initiatives, decreasing tariffs on these countries, increasing the tax incentive for people to go in and develop institutions inside of these countries. That not only solves the corruption issue, it solves the lack of China being inside of these countries. We're trying to solve the issues that we presented inside of our case. Matt and Cesar are just saying, well, in the past it hasn't worked. We actually give you specific instances inside of the Sahel where we need to do this. In fact, when you look at the inclusion of aid inside a country like Mali, we see that it has the highest rate of growth in any African nation right now at 5% GDP per year. That is with developmental aid before we even change the system that Danny and I think is going to work better and the status quo is moving towards. Then, go down to the fact that we also give you evidence coming from the Carnegie Endowment that says that discrete aid works more than military aid. Why is this? Because when we give them an M14, people kind of know that these countries just didn't buy them, right? They didn't show up out of nowhere, so they have to assume that it came from the United States. And then the foreign policy analysis article that Danny read you in Crossfire states that this means that countries have to start taking anti-American policies to look like they're not puppets of the United States. What they're talking about increases regional instability, decreases agreement with American foreign policy, increasing China's hold on the market, which we showed you is bad. Then, go to Cesar's responses on China. I just want to point out that not a single one of these responses have any sort of evidence. We're using peer-reviewed journals. We're actually quoting you things. So Cesar's lack of a PhD in philosophy yet, good job in getting to St. Andrews, buddy, doesn't give him the authority to tell you that our individuals are wrong. We're talking about military experts, economists, people who know what they're talking about, not a philosophy of religion major. For that reason, Danny and I affirm.
I took a philosophy of religion class this past semester.
You wasted your time.
Wow.
Okay, I'm gonna run some prep.
Yeah.
Opponents ready?
Yep.
Taylor? Everyone? Alright. So at the top of the case, look towards our observations. They say we need to look to short-term impacts to account for future adaptability to problems. But this comes down to whether you should give a man a fish or teach a man a fish. What you have to do is what's best in the long term for these people in order to ensure that their lives are stabilized. Now, they want to look to new types of aid and say that, well, there's these new programs that could be implemented, but they never show it's actually possible. They just say that these are being implemented now. They never show any empirical successes from it. What we have to do is look towards what's empirically happened with foreign aid. Now, first look to our Stimson Center evidence where we show you that development assistance fails because it relies on a non-existent state infrastructure. All they say is their Libson evidence that there's a decrease in corruption from aid, but this isn't specific to the Sahel region. Our Stimson Center evidence is, and you should prefer that. But most importantly, you should look towards our second contention where we show you that corruption is costing $150 billion a year. This is going to outweigh anything in the round because even if we provide them millions and millions of dollars in aid, their corruption that the aid is causing is outweighing this by orders of magnitude. Extend our easterly evidence where we show you that countries with and without aid grow at the same rate. Extend our Moyo evidence where we show you that from 1970 to 1998, with aid at its peak, poverty grew from 11% to 66%. That outweighs anything in the round because we show you that empirically, foreign aid or domestic aid, or development aid, has caused a situation where the poverty rate is increasing drastically. Furthermore, look towards the savings argument, which they don't address in any way. Our Financial Times evidence shows that foreign aid results in a massive decline in savings. What that means for people in these countries is that when banks are going to go to issue loans for people to start businesses, to fund housing, things like that, they're not able to because there's not any influx of money to begin with from people saving. Furthermore, remember our DeSoto evidence, where we show you that the benefit of people saving in the Sahel is 40 times greater than the value of all aid received since 1945. Because they reduce the amount of saving, that alone outweighs anything in this round, and thus we urge you to negate.
Do you mind if I see your case one more time? I apologize.
Sure.
Thanks. Also, you all ready for grand?
Yeah.
No.
Let's try and keep this civil. Alright.
Wait, give me a second to get another case on.
Yeah, sorry. Alright, you guys ready?
Yeah.
So, how much of this $150 billion is specific to the Sahel region? Because don't say all of it, because I know that's not true.
No, it's not all of it, but
Okay, so how much?
it's a significant portion.
Like, what's a significant portion?
Well, the problems in the Sahel, I don't know the exact number if that's
So,
correct, but I can
right,
give
so
you...
hold on, but here's let's look at this logically. We're providing a total of $694 million in aid to the Sahel region, right?
Yeah.
So logically, it would be very hard to lose more than $1 billion in aid being wasted when there's less than $1 billion of aid being given, right?
No.
No.
Because
Why?
Because aid fuels corruption that costs not only the aid but
Why
additional
does it fuel
money within the
corruption?
country.
Like, why in the past has aid fueled
Here,
corruption?
Aid has fueled corruption because it creates a situation where people can enrich themselves by taking money that are meant for other purposes.
A lack of transparency in government, essentially. We don't know where the money's going to go.
And also, it gives the government an incentive to continue the problems that for which the aid was given,
So-
in order that they
Because
get
there's
the
no
money.
accountability. Right? Like, your argument, there's no accountability, we don't know where the money's going, so it's...
Our argument is that there's inherently no accountability. It's not
Okay,
that you
agreed,
can
yeah.
easily solve this in
Right.
the future.
Well, I mean, except for the
The problem is you don't read evidence for that. The problem is you just say that. So, do me a favor. Please explain to me how 8 or 10 countries, depending how you define the Sahel region, are able to access the significant portion of $150 billion when there are over 40 countries in Africa. All of them receiving aid.
50 in sub-Saharan Africa, actually.
There you go. So please explain to me that impact.
So
Because it's the biggest one in the
we
world.
don't have to say that a majority of the money is going to the countries.
But that's what you've
We
advocated
just have to
for.
say that the situation in the Sahel would be better by billions of dollars. Remember, we're only sending $700 million in aid. So even
the
if
problem
there's,
is
hold
if
on,
you're-
hold on. Even if
wait,
there's
really-
just, okay, can I please finish? We're sending $700 million in aid in the Sahel region. Even if they just get $1 billion from this $150 billion, which is probably a lot more since you said there's just 50 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, we're still outweighing. $1 billion is greater than $700 million. Last I checked.
Okay, so again, that's predicated on the idea that we're going with the system that we all agree doesn't work. And then Danny and I read carded responses to, which you've never dealt with, by the way, that there is
Do
a
you have
uniform
empirical
international
evidence
aid.
that new methods have worked?
So here's the thing
Wait,
about...
answer
no,
the
I-
question.
Matt, here's how I'm going to answer your question. So when your observation says that we have to look to the long term, then you ask us to provide short-term empirics about programs that were just
Because you're
implemented.
advocating for an entirely new program
Right,
that we have no idea if
but
it's
here's
going
the
to
thing:
work.
is we give you warrants as to why they would work.
And
But
we're
you're not
also-
providing any
we're
evidence
also-
saying they
we're
have.
also advocating things that are better,
Here's-
not
here's-
because Danny
hang on,
and I
James,
sat
James,
down with
hang
our
on.
international
Here's-
affairs degrees,
here's-
which we're
James,
both getting right now,
James.
by the way, unlike your degrees. We also sat down
James.
and said, all these people who are
You can crack jokes all you want, but you're ignoring the arguments.
I'm
Here's
not
the
ignoring them.
situation.
I'm saying that the
Here's the
people who are
situation,
paid
James.
to learn about these things have
I'm just
agreed
going to
with
talk over
Danny
you
and
because
I.
you're not going to let
But
me
you don't
speak.
have the volume to talk over me. That's a big
Okay.
problem.
From 1970 to 1998,
We shouldn't
The
do it the way
poverty
we
rate-
did it. How about that?
the
That's
poverty
actually
rate.
That's the cop.
That's actually
We're
Okay.
not doing it that way anymore.
So we're going to take the remaining, I think, 26 seconds of prep time.
Okay. It's actually a lot more tame than it used to be.
Oh, that's done. Alright. What? It's not new. It's there for reference. Is everyone ready? James, answer that again, right, please.
Yeah, it's Powerade, so not as quality.
Sure. Just call us up.
Go get it.
Alright, so is everyone ready? Okay. So, they can't get up here, have no advocacy, and then try and criticize James and I when we tell you that the new initiatives are working, when we give you empirical warrants from Oxfam as to why these would decrease corruption in the long run. And we're going to talk about that later, but what we would tell you is that ultimately, you need to be looking at both short-term and long-term, but secondarily, the thing that goes unresponded to is that you don't only look to what is good for this country, but what you also look to is what is good for the international community, things that they never respond to and are going to lose them this round. So the first thing I want to talk about is why we empirically prove that aid works. So first off, extend the analysis we give you that a 1% increase in aid decreases corruption by 2%. Yes, this may not be specific to the Sahel region, but they never give you any reason, and they can't give you reasons in the next speech why those warrants don't logically apply here, especially when Oxfam tells you that we've already initiated initiatives that are specifically meant to decrease corruption within government and increase accountability. So insofar as that's true, we're achieving those impacts. Their impacts go away because their link into all of their harms are the fact that there is zero accountability within that region. Literally, no offense in the round. Second argument you can extend is the Mali example, which goes unresponded to, is that Mali has had the highest growth rate in Africa at 5%, specifically but because of aid. Thirdly, you can extend the idea that poverty increased in sub-Saharan Africa when we decreased aid in the 1990s. Decreasing aid is what caused this problem initially. We need to, in order to correct for the problems in the past, need to prioritize developmental aid in order to correct for those harms. Like, we recognize there's a problem and we're fixing it. Thirdly, we tell you that James Young decreases terrorism, unresponded to when we give different types of aid. It leads to a 72, a 30, and a 40% decrease in terrorism, unresponded to throughout the entire round. Can't do it. Let's go to China. Extend the fact that the tariffs increased prices by 600% on some metals. Secondarily, we tell you from the African Federation that it would lead to a situation if we were to cut aid, that China would simply increase their deals with these countries. So what we would tell you is that for better for the world, we need to get rid of China's grip. Any action is going to decrease China's grip on these monopolies. Extend the bottom two to solvency evidence, which they never respond to, specifically telling you from peer-reviewed journals that in order to get rid of these monopolies, we need to go ahead and invest in their infrastructure to increase the value of these minerals for that country. Really proud to vote pro.
Are you guys ready? Judges, judge, and everyone else? Okay. They made a really big mistake in their summary speech and in their final focus in not responding to almost anything I said in my rebuttal speech. So let me go over what I said. They never responded to the Oxfam evidence against their first contention, which I said that the reason there's food insecurity in Mali specifically is because of regional instability caused by conflict. And the way to solve that is through military assistance. This is a big impact because 13 million people aren't getting food. You can extend that straight across the flow. They never respond to our Harvard evidence that says that when you increase developmental assistance, terrorists target these lines, which increases conflict casualties by 90%. Again, in order to fight terrorism, you need arms, not sticks, to push them out of the region, and that's also a reason to vote for us. So what about this China argument? They didn't respond to any of my objections against this argument. All James said was that I didn't use any evidence. I don't need any evidence to agree with all of his evidence and say why that evidence is actually an argument for our side. That's analytic, and it doesn't obviate the need for him to respond to any of my 5 objections, to which he responded to none of them. Danny just extended his impacts, but those impacts are now my impacts because I turned his argument against them. The reason I turned it is because the way you create a decrease in influence in the region is by increasing American influence, which is best done through military assistance. They never responded to this. They also never responded to the fact that China might be giving developmental assistance and using that as their strings. They don't show you that they're not giving any developmental assistance, so that's a reason to vote for us. What about our case? They say, well, it decreases corruption, but notice their study is not specific to the Sahel, and our evidence is. It could be that in general this is the case, but in the Sahel specifically, there's an increase in corruption, and Danny didn't respond to that argument. He just kind of hand-waved. The next impact is this idea that poverty, over a period of 40-year study, their studies are short-term, poverty was increased by almost 60%, and so if poverty is increasing as a direct result of this developmental assistance, through a 40-year analysis shows that it's very clear that developmental assistance is not what we need without prioritizing military aid in order to secure the region first. Thank you.
I have our case back.
Oh, yeah, I gave it back to you.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, it's over here.
Nah, man, I'm gonna keep it. I got a tournament next week. I need all I can get.
It's funny because he does.
She gets it.
Yep.
Is that yours?
Okay, you can be right for it.
Huh?
You can be right for it.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
This is yours. This is yours.
Okay, tell Andrew this over.
Oh, yeah.
So Courtney,
Yeah.
you know I love you, but you need to disclose the podium, according to Andrew, so that the people
It's on
can see you.
That's not really a problem.
I just know that you're shy and talking in front of people.
Yeah. It's not like I've done
I feel
public
like that's
forum.
problematic for debaters.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what? Did you say something?
It's not making decisions.
Yeah.
Alright, why don't you shut up and let her make the decision? God. I think that's how sports games. What do you say?
Are you serious? Oh, no, we have an hour.
threatened me.
Because we never had crossfire.
Yeah, that's right.
See what I have to deal with?
Also, I didn't threaten you. I said, I understand that James. This was like right here. This is the one thing I very clearly remember from that.
Okay. Do I also have to get up there and explain?
Yeah, you're supposed to.
Yeah.
It's an educational kid.
Totally.
You should be happy that kids are always listening.
So I'm guessing I'm like talking to you guys and them. So oh hi, nice to see you.
You just start.
Oh okay cool. So I ended up voting con, and it was mainly because a lot of the stuff was just honestly like a wash. Like for example, terrorism. You guys both had things on terrorism. You guys had like numbers that they never responded to, and then you just kind of had the aid increases, civilian casualties, and I was like, okay, sure. So neither of you guys really got offense off of that. Another thing that you guys really kind of had like a wash on was the corruption, because your side was like initially very persuasive because you're like, no, we don't have to be pigeonholed into one type of system. And I was like, okay, I agree. And then you said that there was like systems in place, but I think you kind of touched on like tax incentives, but you never really specifically told me what these new systems were doing that was different radically from what was happening. And then you guys kind of had that it was like South specific, but you still didn't really tell me how like these new systems or any type of system couldn't help with like government building. So I didn't really get any like corruption helped or hurt on either side of the debate. And then it was also the poverty increase due to aid. You just kind of like said it, and then like he was saying that the reason that it was increasing was because aid was decreased, and then you're like, no. So that didn't really do anything. So basically what it came down to was the first one was just like the unanswered turn about like conflicts in Nigeria and Mali, making it harder to get food aid to people, so being able to have military aid is helping the people get the food aid. And then the other thing is that the specific economic argument about just in general the savings and how that affects like local investment. And the Mali example worked, but like Mali isn't the only country in the Sahel region. So if there was like, if you could have applied that to other countries, then I probably would have also made that a wash just, but I think there's like logical reasons as to why like banks no longer have the money to loan out to businesses, so the businesses no longer can invest in their local businesses. So that just made sense. The China argument, it went like back and forth, because originally I didn't understand it, but then your first crossfire, I got it. But then he was just kind of like, okay, well, I can play at that game. So then you're like, well, maybe China can also increase their aid, and then they can also increase. So then it wasn't really clear whether or not China would be helped or hurt because there was no actor in the resolution. So, yeah.
Okay, cool. You're right, guys.
Last round, nice, Danny. Do any of you guys have questions about the round, parts, arguments, anything like that?
Yeah.
My bag was heavy. Silence.
Yeah, because my bag was on the bag, so just feel back.
Like I missed the initial.
Nice.
I'm assuming based on the comments.
Oh, you I live. I'm pointing on my condo right now.
Like you're like you just
He was left to
Okay.
left to what is it?
You don't know the
Coordinate.
what?
So, a couple of questions for the next affirmative round. So, if I had extended the discrete aid argument, would that have won us the round?
If you would have explained it, yes. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Because you were just kind of like new programs, and I was like, okay, what are
Yeah,
new programs?
well, because I talked about it in cross,
That was
we
a
didn't
different
extend it.
Yeah.
There were different arguments. The idea was that, like, when you just like give them aid that isn't labeled U.S. aid,
Yeah.
you like stop the reason for people to join terrorist organizations.
Oh no, I was talking about
Is that
the
10 and 1
economic.
Yeah, no, I get you. Also, in terms of China, what did you?
All right, you guys are live.
Oh, wait a minute, I have to get on here. Hi, everybody. Oh, by the way, I'm judging.
Probably like one guy.
There's like a 30-second delay. So.
Oh, that's okay. I got some of my kids are watching it.
Tens and tens of people watching this.
Digits and digits.
Digits and digits.
It broke down. Tens of people were upset.
You said you're pro, right?
We are shattering 8.
Is everybody ready? My groupies? Awesome. Opponents?
Yeah.
Joe? Godspeed. Framework. In order to clarify the round, we offer the following observation. Ted Turner created this event as a response to the elitism and unrelatability of policy debate. To honor his intent and pay homage to his vision, the team that raps and is most entertaining should win the round. I'm Christy, and this is partner Joe. We're here today to advocate for pro. Resolved, development assistance should be prioritized over military aid in the Sahel region of Africa. Developmental aid, any assistance that leads to economic growth and or political stability. Here comes the fun part. Are you ready now? Contention 1, contention 2, contention 3, pow! Food aid is necessary in the status quo. Food, glorious food, can solve this tale of woe. Food aid qualifies as developmental help. Food aid leads to economic wealth. Well, growth, but it didn't rhyme. Barrett, 1998. Food aid thereby provides resources that can perhaps help stimulate development. A pervasive and uniform aspect of the development process is a rapid increase in per capita agricultural production that accompanies or precedes general economic growth. Thus, food aid is considered development assistance. Water nowhere, so none for them to drink. Major drought in 2012, but Sahel on the brink. Oxfam International 2013. Last year, over 18 million people in the Sahel region of West Africa were affected by a severe food crisis caused by drought, a failure of several crops, and sharp rises in food prices. The lives of over 1 million children were at risk for severe malnutrition. ec.europa.eu in 2013. In 2013, nutrition care and supplementary feeding will continue to be a massive need, with 1.4 million children expected to suffer from the severest form of malnutrition. See, the UN's program is underfunded. Oxfam again. Across the Sahel region, 10 million people still urgently need help to feed their families and rebuild their livelihood. However, as of 5 April, the UN appeal for 2013 was just 24% funded. The UN's aid is underfunded, so time to fix the prob. Providing vital food aid is the international community's job. Impact. No progress will ever be made if residents of the Sahel don't receive food aid. Maslow's hierarchy supports the above view. I beg your pardon. No development will ever happen without food aid pledges anew. Moving on to contention 2, health assistance is overdue. Folks in Sahel are sick and dying. Health assistance is worth our trying. Cholera has killed many Sahel residents. Help Children 2013. So far this year, cholera has killed nearly 700 people in West and Central Africa, where more than 29,000 cases have been reported. World Health Organization, last year more than 67,000 cholera cases were reported, mainly around the Lake Chad region, basin countries, with 2,153 deaths. B, Sahel countries have poor health infrastructure. World Health Organization. The Sahel countries have fragile health systems with health system efficiency rankings from 162 to 170 out of 191 countries, according to WHO's Health Systems Efficiency Index. C, financial development assistance will help to reduce health issues through 4 levels of intervention. Increase access to services, preventive interventions, provide essential drugs to health facilities, and through outreach activities of minimum for the treatment of the main killers of children. Sahel is a region of many sickly peeps. Development aid can save them for keeps. Money and medicines can cure most any ill, so health assistance is needed to save the whole Sahel. Contention 3, development assistance for sustainable agriculture solves food insecurity. I told y'all that Sahel needs grub, but just giving handouts isn't enough. Agricultural education, farming practices will save those nations. Give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man a fish, he'll eat always. Celeste takes the Guardian. Efforts to change farming practices to promote irrigation and protection of water resources must go hand in hand with education. The promotion of women's rights, teaching people about child nutrition and long-term effects, to promote efforts to promote drought-resistant crop varieties and the creation of grain stores. In another Guardian article by Mark Tran, the EU will play its part by focusing its aid on agriculture and food security in the coming years. This is one of the key foundations on which we can build sustainable and inclusive growth. From the UN World Food Program. In addition, They, the world leaders attending the UNWFP meeting in Rome in 2012, resolved to work together to meet immediate food security and nutritional needs of affected people, while supporting programs that address the root causes of problems and help to strengthen resilience of communities living in areas that are affected by chronic drought. This would include support to smallholder farmers to improve self-reliance in the face of difficult climate and economic conditions. Impact is developmental aid to teach better agricultural practices to farmers will reduce food insecurity and stimulate economic growth. So there you have it. That's our pro. Food aid, health aid, education. So development aid is the way to go. Feed them, med them, teach them how to hoe. Judges, just a reminder, be proactive. Vote for us and the rewards will be massive. Oh, whoops.
I'd like to start off by apologizing that mine doesn't rhyme.
So rapid.
Thank you.
Yeah, wrap it.
Yeah, wrap it.
It's a wrap. Oh. Oh my goodness. Go ahead.
Both of you ready?
Yeah.
Cesar? Everyone? Okay. We negate the resolution resolved. Developmental assistance should be prioritized over military aid in the Sahel region of Africa. We offer the following observations. First, according to economist Mbisa Moyo, in nearly all cases, short-term aid evaluations give the erroneous impression of aid success, but short-term evaluations are scarcely relevant when trying to tackle Africa's long-term problems. Aid effectiveness should be measured against its contribution to long-term sustainable growth. Accordingly, we should favor that policy that does what is best for long-term problems over policies that seem to solve short-term ones. Second, the affirmative team has the exclusive burden in the round to prove that the resolution is true. All we need to do to win the round is show that they have failed to meet their burden. As such, we do not need to provide any positive arguments for military aid. We need only show that the arguments they defended were insufficient to establish the truth of the resolution. With that, consider the following arguments. Contention 1, development aid furthers conflict. As the Stimson Center explains, applying traditional development initiatives that depend on decentralizing and strengthening the state will be difficult in the Sahel, given the lack of effective state institutions in the capital and the lack of state institutions overall. The center furthers that international development efforts have largely failed in the region, having sometimes exacerbated tensions and conflicts. The reason for this is quite simple. Development aid is predicated on the idea that existing government infrastructure can effectively use the aid. Because such an infrastructure is mostly absent in the Sahel, the aid is simply fought over by competing parties. Contention 2, development aid is counterproductive. It is important to note that development aid to the Sahel from the US and the EU totals $694 million per year. According to the Wall Street Journal, the African Union estimated that corruption was costing $150 billion a year, as international donors were turning a blind eye to the simple fact that aid money was inadvertently fueling waste and corruption. It has been all too easy for the funds to be used for anything, save the developmental purpose for which they were intended. The problem is that development aid fuels and facilitates government corruption, which is significantly more costly than the amount of developmental aid that would be required to alleviate suffering. The Wall Street Journal furthers that as aid flows in, there is nothing more for the government to do. It doesn't need to raise taxes, it doesn't need to help with citizens, and as long as it pays the army, it doesn't have to take account of its disgruntled citizens. All the government needs to do is court its foreign donors to stay in power. This is why approximately 70% of the public purse in Sahel comes from foreign aid, giving governments no incentive to implement policies for long-term sustainable growth. This is confirmed empirically, as according to William Easterly, countries with below-average aid have the same growth rate as countries with above-average aid. Poor countries with no aid have had no trouble maintaining positive growth. For example, Chad has had zero growth in this time period. Moreover, according to economist Mbisa Moyo, over the past 30 years, the most aid-dependent countries have exhibited annual growth rates of negative 0.2%. Between 1970 and 1998, when aid flows to Africa were at their peak, the poverty rate in Africa rose from 11% to a staggering 66%. Furthermore, foreign aid discourages savings. As explained by the Financial Times, foreign aid causes a massive decline in the levels of saving and investment among the general population, who are empirically shown to spend what little money they have rather than prepare for future needs. As savings decline, there is a multiplier effect in the reduction of savings, as banks lend less money themselves. The Time furthers that an outgrowth of the crowding out problem is that higher aid-induced consumption leads to an environment where there's more money chasing fewer and fewer goods. This almost invariably leads to price rises, and along with it, inflation. The impact of this is striking and devastating. As renowned economist Hernando de Soto explains, the benefit of savings in Africa is greater than 40 times that of all foreign aid received since 1945. The reason for this is simple. When people save, it enables local businesses to receive investments necessary for forming sustainable economic processes. Without savings, or with the discouraged savings seen with developmental aid, there is less ability for businesses to grow, which ultimately, in the long term, undermines economic expansion. And therefore, we urge you to negate today's resolution. Thank you.
All right, so your basic first observation is that that food aid does not encourage long-term growth.
Well, basically, we're saying all aid appears effective in the short term, but you have to look towards the long term to see the benefits.
Okay.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
So you say that
I can
there's
almost hear you. Honest.
You say that there is a severe health situation in the Sahel.
Right.
Without the infrastructure, how would we even begin to implement that? Like implement assistance? Because as we show in
We
our
don't give it to the government. We actually have organizations like UNICEF and other kinds of organizations that can deliver the goods to the people rather than to the government.
the problem with that is our Stimson Center evidence shows that development assistance fails because it relies on an infrastructure that simply isn't there. It's hard for even NGOs to
We
operate.
bypass the infrastructure because we're going
Well,
through
you can't bypass the roads and the lack of water, things like that. Do you have a question for me?
helicopters. Sure. Okay. So you're saying that the corruption in your second argument comes basically waste and corruption comes because we're giving them money.
Yes.
All right. What if we give them things that aren't money?
The problem with that is that corruption is fermented by foreign aid because it creates a culture where you can take money from where it's supposed to be going to use for yourself. So even if we don't give them money, we've already created that culture in the country where, it's okay to misallocate government funds. And
Where did that conclusion come from?
The Wall Street Journal says that development aid fuels corruption by creating waste and false opportunity. And that's why the evidence shows that even though we only give $700 million a year in aid, there's $150 billion in waste because they spend more money
but
than
they are getting some aid. I mean, they are being helped.
It's out. I mean, they spend $149.3 billion.
Okay, so if we don't
more.
give them anything, they're never going to get any help.
That's not true because we show that poverty in Africa actually, from 1970 to 1999, when aid was at its peak, poverty grew from 11% to 66%. So even when we're giving them everything they need, poverty grew by over 50%, which is astronomical.
Does that not talk anything about the population growth that's amazing there? I mean, it's out of control.
I mean, that's definitely a problem, but still, the poverty rate doesn't necessarily mean it would go up just because there are more kids.
Okay, so how are we going to make people who don't have anything save?
That's based on a false idea that it's our job to do that. We need to let those people build their own self-reliance so they're able to. That's why our Financial Times evidence shows that the massive decline in savings is going to move those people away from a situation where they're able to supply food for themselves.
Okay, if they're not saving now, what's going to make them save later?
Because when they don't
That's
have
not
that
the way
easy
that they
money,
work.
and if they don't have easy money in the form of aid, they're more likely to save, as our De Soto evidence explains. That's time.
So just briefly overview and then our case and then their case.
Yes.
Okay. I wrote my rap down. Okay, alright, one second. Okay, so now I gotta wrap, I'm sorry. It's important to understand that in affirming today's resolution, what we're trying to demonstrate is that the priority should be on developmental aid. And that's not necessarily to say that there shouldn't be some level of military aid, but that the priority should be where it's most effective, because the resolution assumes some third-party actor is going to be giving aid. That could be the European Union, it could be the United States, it could be whomever, but if they're going to do so, it should be prioritized on the humanitarian efforts. Now, Christie laid the case, our opponents attacked it, hold up now while your boy impacts it. There are 4 independent reasons as to why we should privilege this type of aid, humanitarian / developmental aid, over military aid. I'd like to first look to Adley and Grant in 2010 that explain that the degradation of infrastructure and water supply systems contaminated by blasts and bullet damage to pipes lead to a diverse system of water breakdown and malnutrition through the water pipes, right? So when we have military aid, right, if that's the world we're going to privilege instead of affirming, not that our opponents say that they have to defend that, then we're not going to hold them to the fire on that, but if the alternative is military aid, the alternative to our plan, or just less developmental aid, the impacting results of having more rocket power, more gunfire in the region is only going to, as Adley and Grant explained, lead to the destruction of the existing infrastructure, which we agree isn't great, but it's there to some degree. Now, the Center for Strategic Studies in 2005 explains that even if there wasn't a war, water shortage in the status quo, as it is today in the region, which, as Christie says, is leaving over 1 million children malnourished and over 890 million people, over 890,000 people are without access to a sustainable water supply. So that leads, as the CSIS explains in 05, to a global conflict, because it could ignite the underlying economic forces that lead to broader instability, including domestic unrest and interstate conflict. We've already seen some of these issues, like in Mali, like in the Sudan, where local actors like Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb are able to recruit and get people to come onto their side because they have access to these things like water, and like just in the same way Hamas is able to penetrate, the levels of security throughout the region in their part of the world, because they have access to things that people need, like Maslow's hierarchy, like Christie explains, how we need these basic things, and they're coming from terrorists in the status quo. So developmental aid is how we get people off of those very dangerous supply lines. The other two cards that I'm going to read are about food insecurity, and how the biggest threat, as Brown and Nine explains, to basically ensuring that failed states don't exist, or that we don't reach a failed state status, is to ensure that there's food security. There are over 2 million food insecure people, and 1 million of them are children. Malnutrition is killing off a large portion of the African population throughout the 13 countries in the Sahel region. So it's important that if we're going to privilege one form of aid over the other, that we're actually doing what is hurting and affecting the most amount of people. Now the other card is by Hume in 2008, and he explains there are currently 37 countries in the world at critical food shortage levels. If we reach some level of global famine, which is only inevitable if we allow the Sahel region to dip further into this deep and unprecedented drought, we're going to see the inevitable global collapse of the food market, right? Because we live in a globalized economy, and any form of aid, developmental or military, as it is today, is going to further globalize the countries of the Sahel region. And in the process, their food is going to become, their food supply is going to become that much more important. So it's important that we create some underlying, positive programs that secure the food for the long term. Now, just onto their evaluations. They say that our plan is only for a short-term amount of growth. And it's true that we can't come up with like a perfect panacea option to make long-term objectives better. But it is also true that in the present day, whether it's short-term or long-term, people are dying because of malnutrition. And privileging programs that would end that suffering before introducing other forms of conflict is how we should vote. It's how all countries should act. And the final thing is this quote about how the poverty rate in Africa drops when there's larger amounts of aid. None of their evidence specifically says that there is a causal relation. They just kind of say that there are these two correlative principles of the poverty rate increased and aid was increasing at the same time. The fact of the matter is that external factors like conflict and war are what driving the poverty rate up, not developmental aid.
I have prep time, please.
I'm not keeping any time. You guys do it yourself.
I'll keep prep going. That's great.
All right, thank you.
That was 10 seconds.
No comments ready?
Yep.
Judge? So, go to their framework. They say the most entertaining team ought to win the round because Ted Turner, that was the purpose for which he invented the event. Just because the event was invented for a purpose doesn't mean it ought to remain that way. This is a serious issue, and so we ought to judge the round on the basis of the arguments. Now, moving along to the rest of their case, we agree that there are a lot of problems in the Sahel region. A lot of people are suffering, and we need to ameliorate the situation. We just disagree on the means. So look to the security situation in the region. And when we do that, according to Oxfam, the conflicts in Nigeria and Mali are disrupting the food supply of over 13 million people. So what is the cause of the conflicts? The cause is that terrorists in the north in Mali are creating a situation in which it's hard for this food aid to get to the people. How do you respond to insecurity in the region? increased military aid. You can't fight terrorists without guns, and the way you fight terrorism is by giving the government the means to defeat the terrorists in order to solve the security situation. You can only do that with military aid, not developmental aid. No amount of developmental aid is going to get that food to them if there are terrorists fighting them along the road. The second consideration is that they talked about this idea that bullets are harming the water supply. Even if that's true, the only way to stop the bullets is to kill the people firing the guns. And the way you do that is by arming the government in order to make the conflict swift and easy for them to destroy the insurgency. And again, in order for that to happen, you need military aid, not developmental aid. So again, even if you accept their idea that developmental aid is a good thing, military aid is a prerequisite, and you need the military aid in order to solve the situation. According to Brigham Young University, the developmental aid creates a situation in which terrorists are targeting the aid because the aid usually goes to the governments, and that means that more people are dying as a result of these terrorist attacks, which is confirmed by a Harvard study, according to which an increase in the amount of aid increases conflict casualties by 90%. So how do you solve for this? Again, in order to solve for that, you need to kill the people who are firing the guns, and the people who are firing the guns are the terrorists and the insurgents. And the way you do that is by arming the government to make the conflict faster in order to create a stable situation. So again, even if you accept the idea that developmental aid is good and beneficial for the region, military aid is going to be a prerequisite. All of their impacts, in other words, even if you accept them, depend on a stable region, and you can only get a stable region with military aid. That's why military aid and the status quo should be prioritized over developmental aid. Finally, and they did not respond to this evidence in their last speech, on the point about whether it's going to improve the situation, even if it improves the situation, it only improves the situation in the short term. They didn't respond to any of our evidence in the case, according to which developmental aid creates long-term impacts. It doesn't solve the long-term problems, which creates a situation which we have to constantly keep providing this developmental aid in the short term, and the problem is never solved. That's why, even though aid has been given to Africa over the last 100 years, you still have the same problems: famine, drought, and conflict deaths. And they never responded to our Moyo evidence. A 30-year study where aid was at its peak, the poverty rate in Africa went from 11% to 66%. So they may solve the problem in the short term, but the long term is what matters. The long term is eventually what's going to weigh the most, because more people are included in the long term. With more time, there's more people. And if you want to exacerbate the problem, you increase developmental aid without increasing military aid. Thank you.
Would you agree that there are a larger number of countries that are capable of taking active roles in developmental aid than there are countries capable of taking active roles in military aid?
Yes.
So why is it better that a smaller group of countries takes charge of the Sahel region instead of the larger international community?
Because the current security situation in the region demands it.
What is that situation?
For example, Mali and Nigeria, there's conflict like there's conflict in many places in Africa, and it's hard to see how you can solve a conflict issue with developmental aid. In fact, developmental aid actually causes more conflict because terrorists use that as a means to further their goals. They target civilians. Do you have a question? Right, well, so how would you respond to that? Don't we need security in order to get this aid you say is excellent to people?
Sure, I guess it's a question of our analysis of this is a big region, and while there are instances of like Mali, Sudan, Nigeria, and Nigeria, excuse me.
Well, that's most of the Sahel region.
Well, there are 13 countries in the Sahel region, that's 4 of them, so it's not most. It's just
population-wise and severity-wise, how many people have died in the Sudanese genocide? 400,000.
Right, but the question of genocide is external to the question of the amount of people that are dying in terms of in the status quo not having enough food or water access, and our argument...
How many people in the Sudan can get access to food when they're being slaughtered and hatched?
Well, I guess it's also a question of how many people could get access to food and water if they weren't getting slaughtered, right? So in the instances where terrorists aren't taking an active role in people's lives, those people are left out in the cold if all we're giving them is military aid.
Right, so we're not saying... so in order for us to win this argument, we don't need to say that there ought not be any developmental aid.
Right, it's a question of why we should prioritize one over the
Right,
other.
and the current, I'm not saying, and maybe in an ideal world,
Okay.
your case would be fine, but in the current situation where there's all of these conflicts, you need military aid in order to quickly end the conflict.
Well, I guess that's my other question. What's the time frame on your military intervention? Because we've had military intervention in the past.
I'm not necessarily calling for an intervention, I'm just calling for military aid.
Okay, so some type of aid. Okay,
Right.
what would the time frame be in terms of stabilization? Is it that military aid will stabilize the region quicker than developmental aid?
Well, it's that developmental aid will not stabilize the region and will cause it to be destabilized further, and that military aid will create, or will quicken the process.
I guess my final question is, what are the proven scenarios where military aid has categorically fixed the problem better or more quickly than developmental aid has?
Well, I mean, it depends on the problem. So, for example, military aid during World War II would have been better, I think you agree, than developmental aid, right?
I don't know.
If we just send developmental aid to occupied countries, that wouldn't have done much, would it have?
Sure. I'm sorry. That one, I can't come up with an answer at the time I have left.
I speak, but dear God in heaven.
Oh, well, thanks.
It's into the mic, that's why.
What's happening?
I said they're just speaking loudly into the mic.
Oh no, it's not even them so much as it is the bowling or whatever it's called. Yeah, I
We'll run some prep.
It's Gaba. Yeah, it's Gaba.
It could very well be.
It is Gaba. What is he doing?
Okay, we have a minute.
Okay. I need this.
The summary.
Sorry, yes. I apologize. All these new things. All right. Excuse me. All right. So our opponents would like you to believe that now, in their second speech, that military aid is important. So apparently we have some argumentation to do on that. But let me go back to the word prioritize. What is more important at this point? All right. I believe that it was Cesar who mentioned that the terrorists who are terrorizing the area of Sahel can get the food, and so it cannot be given to the people in order to be able to reduce the horrible food insecurity there. Well, if they can get the food, then they can get the guns. So if we send in military aid, even if they are not coming in with weapons, they have weapons, they wear weapons, and so if the terrorists can get the food, the terrorists are going to get the guns as well, and then nothing is accomplished there except now the terrorists are even better armed, and the people are still not getting any food. So that's a bad thing. What you want to do here is you want to look at how military aid given will increase the number of guns. All right. Let's talk about how they talk about how it's not sustainable. What we're going to do is short-term growth. But if you look at my contention 3, it states that what we're going to do is we're going to teach them how to do get sustainable agriculture, and how they're going to be able to take care of themselves, feed themselves. They're going to be able to get stability and economic growth. And there is no way on God's green earth these people are going to save anything if we can't save their lives. And so in order to be able for them to do anything, we have to. The funding by the EU is saving lives in an emergency. It is our last chance to get the people when the crisis peaks. That was according to somebody, the Guardian. And I also have a piece of evidence that says from News. In addition, they resolve to work together to meet immediate food security and nutritional needs of affected people while supporting programs that address the root causes of problems and help to strengthen resilience of communities living in the areas that are affected by chronic drought. Therefore, that is a long-term solution. And so when you're looking at prioritizing, you're prioritizing people, and you have to vote for the problem.
My opponent's ready? Good? Stay good? Okay. So let's start by looking at the observations we placed. Now, we tell you that all aid appears effective in the short term and that you need to prefer long-term impacts. In response to that, they tell you that people are dying and they need to be saved. They do need to be saved, but it needs to be done in a manner that isn't going to jeopardize their long-term ability to be self-sufficient. So look to our first contention, which they did not respond to. Extend our Stimson Center evidence where we tell you that development aid fails because it relies on a state infrastructure that isn't there. Okay, if there isn't water, as they agree, there aren't roads. Organizations can't set up base and distribute this type of aid. The infrastructure simply isn't there. And this goes on to say that it furthers internal conflict. Now, look to our second contention about how development assistance is counterproductive. Corruption costs $149.3 billion more to the African nations than they receive in aid. On net, there is a $140 billion loss. It's massive. So any benefits that they claim would occur can actually be gained by simply moving away from aid that fuels corruption. As our Wall Street Journal evidence shows, that development assistance fuels corruption by creating a culture of beggars with waste. Now, interestingly, look to our MOU evidence where we show you that most aid-dependent countries are growing at negative 0.2%. So poverty isn't being eliminated by aid, it's actually being made worse. So you can turn their arguments against them because all aid is actually working against reducing poverty. That's shown by the fact that from 1970 to 1998, with aid at its peak, poverty went from 11% to 66%. Now finally, look to our foreign aid argument regarding savings. There's a massive decline in savings and inflation with giving developmental aid because people are less likely to save their money if they're given handouts, and that means that there's going to be an inability for businesses to form in the long term that are able to solve the types of environmental and health problems that these people are undergoing. So because the best solution is one that solves a problem for the long term, I urge you to negate.
So are you assuming that the saving, that they're going to say that they're like us? They're like Americans who go to Bank of America and have money taken out every month and so forth?
The rate of savings isn't particularly high in the Sahel, but it's even less because of developmental assistance. It creates a culture where there's an inability for people to not be able to resist.
Doesn't the life expectancy being like 27 years old also create a culture where people don't want to save?
I don't think it's that low.
Okay, well, even if it's not, half of the people in the Sahel region are under the age of 18.
They're
right?
younger. They're dying younger than me.
Right? So like if everyone's so young, how do we prove that they're not saving because they're getting aid?
The issue is that even though they're young, we're setting them up to be in a system where they're not doing what's best for their long-term interests.
Why is it better to set them up in a place where there are tanks and guys with guns on the street?
And aside from the fact their long-term goals are to stay
Well,
alive,
okay, so-
developmental aid keeps them alive.
So what's wrong with tanks in the street if the tanks are being driven by government soldiers?
I don't know.
instead of
Let's put
terrorists?
tanks outside of your house, and we'll tell you it's okay. They're being driven by government soldiers. Is that going to make you feel better?
I wouldn't feel threatened if a U.S. Marine was driving a tank.
Well, I would. I mean, that's a
But
personal.
if they were fighting terrorists, I'd rather them be there fighting the terrorists than the terrorists.
Okay,
killing
how are they going to fight the terrorists if the military has to go through the government, which you're saying the infrastructure is not set up and they can't basically do anything? Like, if they can't get food to them, then how is the military going to be effective?
The reason they can't get food to them is because...
Let's go back to how is the military going to be any different from that?
So the reason they can't get food is because the terrorists are targeting the aid, and the way you address that is by giving the military the equipment necessary to fight terrorists.
You mean like guns that they can get?
The terrorists can get? It's a
Yeah.
lot harder for a terrorist to get a gun if it's put in the hands of a soldier than it is for them to take food.
You're assuming that this all is the United States.
It could be EU as well.
Okay. I think we're missing a really important issue here.
Okay.
Corruption by development assistance is costing African nations $149.3 billion more than they're receiving in aid. So doesn't that mean that all of these food problems would likely go away if we stopped costing these countries so much in corruption?
Do you really, I guess our answer to that is in the form of a rhetorical question. Do you believe that the sole reason that countries are corrupt in Africa is because we're giving them too much aid?
I think it contributes to the problem. Like, if you have a fire, throwing a bucket of water on it may not help, but throwing gasoline on it definitely won't help.
Okay, but we're talking about corn and bread, right? So there's a difference between throwing gasoline on a fire and giving people corn and bread. Because at some level, people are getting some of this developmental aid, right?
I mean, the problem is that it's encouraging a culture where they feel like they can take things that aren't
But that
actually
culture
theirs.
already exists. We can't make it undo.
You're right.
You don't have to make it worse.
It exists because of the development aid that we've been giving
We can't
aid to
do it.
Africa for the better part of last century, and you would agree that the problem persists. It's gotten worse because of the aid.
We'll take a little bit of a
To underscore our position on the ineffectiveness of military aid, I just want to read a quote from Think America Press in February of this year, where they said, military support for Sahelian and Saharan countries is biased, incorrect assumptions, misguided objectives, and questionable methods. Our underlying premise for why developmental aid is better is, in their framework, about the long-term effects of each kind of aid. And since we couldn't get up here and advocate for no aid entirely, taking a priority or preference or a position on one over the other is important because it changes the way that we are actually going to then implement these policies at the ground level. Like we just had in the Grand Crossfire, this exchange about whether or not the culture exists or can be changed. Yes, it exists. Today's round isn't a question of whether or not we can curb it, it's a question of what the best future path is given these two options. Seeing as whether or not the United States enacts this aid or the European Union enacts this aid, some external power is going to be important to make things happen. Now, I kind of started this line of questioning in my last cross-examination, but I'd like to head it off here. It's important to realize that only to give military aid, like the United States or like the European Union. Humanitarian developmental aid is able to be accessed by all countries, creating a more diverse set of actors who are able to inspire change in the Sahel region. It can convert direct action on the ground level, which completely takes out their argument about how the corruption of state-based infrastructure is why people aren't getting developmental goods. That may be true, but if you use military aid, you have to go through the state apparatus that controls the given military. If you use developmental aid, we can go through churches, NGOs, and other grassroots organizations to deliver this aid in an effective way, thus circumventing the issues that they say are most prevalent in the use of developmental aid in the status quo. They also make these arguments about how there's an increase of corruption when there's more money to give, but we're arguing that that corruption exists as it is. It would be better if we look to the Dale and Brown card, the Adley and Grant card, to not introduce more actors to destroy the existing infrastructure. Look, they're basically saying that there's no infrastructure existing in the Sahel region. Our argument is that there is some, it's not very good, and the best way to ensure that it's there in the future for people to take part and use is to make sure that soldiers aren't blowing it up and taking it out of commission.
Go ahead, Attorney.
Absolutely.
Judge. All right. So remember, look to the security situation in the Sahel. I agree that maybe in an ideal world there are arguments would favor the pro side, but if you look at the security situation, you'll agree with us. The first reason is the Oxfam evidence, to which I appealed in my rebuttal speech, and to which they had no response. And what this evidence said is that the conflict in Mali and Nigeria is creating a situation in which people, 13 million people, cannot get access to this developmental aid. So even if you agree that the developmental aid is good, they don't have access to it because there's a conflict in the region. And the way you solve conflicts is not by throwing food at people. The way you solve them is by giving guns and weapons to governments in order to destroy the insurgency, which is undermining the developmental aid they say is good. The second reason is the Harvard evidence, to which they did not respond, that says that aid increases conflict casualties by 90% because the terrorists then target the aid because the aid is given to the governments against which they're fighting. The third reason is the Moyo evidence. They analyzed the effect of aid for 30 years in Africa, and poverty increased from 11 to 60%. Why? Because governments become reliant on this aid, and that they therefore have an incentive not to change, not to enact policies that will fix the situation in the long term. And so you have the same problems over and over again, more poverty. And so the best way to solve the situation in the long term is to reduce the amount of aid, not prioritize it. And finally, they hand wave about corruption, but they don't respond to this statistic, and that is that corruption, as a result of this aid, costs Africa $150 billion. We only give $700 million in aid to the Sahel region. If they got just a fraction of this money back from the corruption, if we reduce the aid, then they'd be able to solve all these problems, save millions of lives with the money that would otherwise have gone to corruption. So, for all these reasons, I urge you to, whatever.
Yeah. You're valid. You're sorry. Yeah, it's over. Yeah, thank you.
Do any of you want to ask questions or feedback before I disclose?
I would like to say thank you for not yelling.
Thank you for being so civil.
It was so much more calm this round.
Yeah, it was good.
When we're debating against calm.
I know you were so agitated last round. You were like getting.
Aww.
I would say, to be honest with you, as far as winning the entertainment value portion of my ballot, it must go to the pro side for their rapping and fantastic blend of evidence with entertainment. I also have to give to the pro the fact that they did call out that there was correlation without causation on your poverty issue. And that is that although your arguments on the neg side were very compelling with long-term aid and corruption and increase on poverty levels and inflation, with correlation without causation, that case has to fall. The other thing is, I would have, although we set up all this stuff about infrastructure, there were absolutely, neither side gave numbers to say, well, what does that mean they have no roads? Is everything dirt? Are we running around trees? Do we have no bridges? And so I found both of those arguments with huge flaws. I also was disappointed that I did not hear any major definitions regarding what military aid. Are we talking about guns, boots, drones, tanks, what? It fell a little flat for me, so I went pro.
She's so happy. She's so happy. So cute.
You're the 291.
So, love you guys though. It was very entertaining.
Thank you. Entertainment is my goal.
Well, the entertainment factor was good, and had we had a little more of other substance, that would have been really good too. But it was all good. And I liked Hume. Oh, and by the way, that was the other thing. The Hume card.
Yeah.
I particularly liked the Hume card. I liked the Harvard card too, but Hume card had good weight.
Good.
Good job.
Thanks.
And in the scope of life, it was just fun and good.
Yes, that's why we're here.
That's why we're here.
And it's good because during these kind of rounds, I can actually laugh and have fun.
Thank God.
It was good. You did good.
You guys won. I was kind of thinking that was never going to happen.
Well, actually, no. You know what it was? You know what won it for you guys was I was waiting. I'm going correlation, no causation. Come on, somebody say something, and because otherwise you got to give it to them. But as soon as you called it out, and they didn't come back with the link, done. It was like
good job,
imploded. Yeah. Correlation without causation. I'm like, okay, done.
I kind of felt bad because I talked them into letting us do the pro. Because
Didn't
they were
matter. They had a great. They
They were a lot like.
I've heard both sides for them,
Okay.
and both sides were really good.
Okay.
But they blew the lane.
They
Last-
Cesar
And I'll
kind
tell
of
you.
looked a little flustered.
Now I'll
there for
tell
me.
you.
The
You
last
know what
round,
else
they were,
was
like,
really
like,
good?
I will be honest,
And this
there
is
were
an
things
argument that you guys could use on either side, and that's the autonomy argument. Nobody's done it yet. I'm waiting. Not one. I haven't heard it because you all talk about this is what's good for them. This is what's good for them.
Yeah,
Did you
or
ever
we
tell me what they want?
Right.
No. And if you argue
don't-
autonomy,
I don't
you
even
could
know.
do autonomy pro and con, and you have blocks both sides. So the autonomy argument works both ways, and no one's running it. So that would be, and to me, it's like so logical because the European
We figure
Union,
they're so starving they don't know
well,
what
that
they
means
want.
they're just plain dumb.
That's part of the problem.
No, but I'm saying, okay, so that
Right.
means that
They're
millions of people are just stupid and they're like little puppies that we just have to tell them what they want because they can't make up their own mind.
Well, to
But
me,
they have governments.
No, you're absolutely
and they
right.
have other things, and it's not like they don't have any resources or governments
Right.
or
I kind of feel like
education. Oh, there's not a college or a school anywhere.
Right. That's
Give
the
them
problem with the
something-
research too. Because like
Oh, it's so
everything
bad.
you find on the internet,
Yeah.
none of
I
the
know.
sources.
I know, yeah.
It's true.
But what I'm saying is
It's
like,
very
okay,
problematic.
so let's just say, okay, they're all just dumb and ignorant.
Right.
Okay, so we're going to be the heroes, the
Right.
salvation
Yeah.
of the entire continent.
Right.
It's like bizarre.
But
Absolutely.
the way that the resolution is worded is we have to pick one over the other.
No, it's prioritized.
I'm sorry, that's correct.
It's prioritized. So what I'm saying is,
Prioritize what
what
they
is
want.
their priority?
Right.
What do they want as a priority? Are they sick and tired of military? Are they sick and tired? What is their number one priority?
Right.
And I would look at
Mine is always food, obviously.
Okay. All I'm saying is, but they
No,
may,
you're right.
But you
You're
may
right.
have be able to get cards that say we need we have to deal with cholera and
Right.
malaria and all this other stuff and AIDS, okay? But we can't do it without military, and they're going to the UN.
Right.
Give me an ambassador. Give me a president. Give me
Sure.
somebody who says something.
Right.
One person
Right.
in the entire 13 nations. Just give me one.
Wait, did I do?
You know, and that's, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's,
Yeah.
and like,
But
I
I don't
yell at
even-
my guys for stupid stuff like that. I'm
No, I
like,
mean that's if I were prepping, if I were doing this.
No, I know.
And that's 100.
I
That's
know, but
absolutely
I'm just
what I would do.
saying,
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
just, hey, we're all, everybody's still prepping for
Right,
January.
right.
And that would be my big
That's what I
critique.
want here as well.
I want to hear it.
Yeah.
And if I don't hear it, you are not going to win. That would be me.
Sure.
You know, or somewhere. I'm not saying it's
The
your
thing
whole
is-
case.
Right.
That's a really good question. The problem is I don't know how to answer that, other than what would I want, but I'm not them.
Well,
Because
that's
I
when
don't
you
have the
say,
evidence.
but that's when I said, that's when you go in and you start searching UN, and you start searching
What did they actually
what did
say?
any ambassador say?
Right.
Right.
Anyone.
Right.
Or give me a church leader.
Sure.
Give me a.
Of course, a church leader is going to say,
I give me somebody.
You want a terrorist?
Give me somebody. I'll take a terrorist. Oh, by the way, you had asked me about. Is that off?
Are we still streaming?
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. We're gonna go now.
I don't know.
I think it's still on.
Pause. Cut.
How do we cut?
That's okay.
Should I
We
cut?
didn't say anything
I don't
bad.
I don't want to mess it up. Well, it looks great. Y'all look great. Thanks
Yeah,
for
we're
watching.
leaving. Bye.
Yeah, we won a round. Just saying.
Just saying.
My case. I was entertaining. Sort of.
That was great.
You know,
I just laughed and it was good.
you have to go
And
where you're
actually, it
comfortable.
made sense.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I actually tried to make the arguments cogent,
Yeah.
aside from that.
Okay, so we had to use, you know, a few different words. Here, I'll help you. I'll help you. This is not good.
I got you, buddy.
It's usually it's term like that. Thank you.
I got you.
We don't really. I don't know if you remember.
Not bad. Yes, you are. You came to Florence.
Yes. Oh, wow.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I have no idea what we said as we were streaming during this whole thing.
Okay.
After,
driving.
Hello. Alright, perfect.
Yesterday, chances are pretty high that our generation is distracted and such. No, high five, not worth it. So, are we just gonna judge? Is there a judge? There's no judge.
Jessica.
No. Your school.
Oh, does it really matter?
I'm kidding.
Eric, you want to judge
I'm kidding, dude.
Jessica?
See what just happened? There you go.
Tush, you want to judge?
You know what? I'll judge you two, you judge us, you judge. We'll make it work. We're all judging each other.
According to a 2011 study done by the Center
Alright, so
for
just sit back here. So
Back here?
Center for Disease
I have no idea how to judge.
That's fine.
Oh, that's good to say. We know we're live. They just heard you say you don't know how to judge. That's great.
Driving. This is.
Have fun, guys.
Oh God, I have to make this wrap up, aren't I? I don't remember it at all. I think I'm going for a straight.
Yeah, I'm second. I think.
So are we on yet?
Yes, it's already on.
Hi everyone.
Welcome to Interp.
I'm reliable. I swear.
Interpy land.
My name's Leah Carolyn. Just so you know. You good? I want to get back in the woods, or back to the ocean, or back to the mountains, or back to something that isn't this city. When I pray thanks for the small things, for flowers and other natural holidays, for my 8-year-old niece flying her like an umbilical cord. The man who sits here with me now, his name is Winston. There's a barely breathing flame in Winston's eyes. I know because I've seen it in my own. So I plead with my old friend Winston. Don't let them anesthetize you, Winston. Don't let them kill that lion caged within. Don't let them domesticate you. Don't let them fall for false satisfaction, and you yourself can't do the same, for we have amused ourselves to death. Last night, between rereading the Wikipedia article on Amelia Earhart and drinking that warm soda that my roommate's friend left behind 2 days ago, I made a Facebook profile for my cat. Oh, good morning, 11:30. I am unemployed. When I pray over sweat-stained stages. I pray with vinyl prayer wheels. And when I pray, I move my feet for the goosebump in the heartbeat. According to a 2011 study done by the Center for Disease Control, nearly 3,000 of all fatal automobile accidents occur due to distracted driving. And considering the fact that just yesterday a friend of mine on Facebook posted a selfie while she was giving birth, it's pretty apparent that this generation has trouble staying in the present moment. Through this poetry program, light is shed on our difficulties staying in touch with the present moment and what we miss when we tune out. Y'all relax. A poetry program on staying in the present moment. I want to get back to the woods. I want to get away from the city crowds. I want to go back to the only bar in town. Shoot pool with the bartender, with enough time on his hands to engage in a critical conversation. I want to kick the Big Mac, the assembly line commute through all the steel architecture, that pigeon pedestrian rat roach. Time is lying incapacitated at my feet. Like a blind man who you hit in the face with a crowbar. How we come to mark our days with the accumulation of small broken promises, like I'm gonna bring in that application to Popcorn Galaxy down at the mall next weekend. I think it'll be really good for me. Yeah. I run when I pray on trails, watching the branches blur to the sun's holy Sanskrit. And I drop my jaw at fire when it's flying out my eyes. Lord, I plunge my coiling wires in the water till I rise. Above the frogs, above pop rocks, above any noise I can't outrun. Even when I'm running twice the speed of sound already and 3 times the speed of my blood, like trees, like lightning. Our prayers come from the ground up. We're exiles in this land, Winston. Remember this. We are exiles from this place where our heads once lay rest, and we are nothing but ourselves. Let us dream again with a new imagination, reminding us of another time, another space, another life, reminding us when we were once free from this captivity. We were free from this empire, free from Big Brother himself. How easy it is to mistake our survival for living. How quickly we become house pets. Like on Saturday when I spent 6 hours just flopping around like a diseased turtle. I'm tired of it. The casualty, status symbols, BMW, Infinity, Mercedes, and gold trim Cadillac. Old women sitting on the sidewalk. Men bent in mortal pain while John Q steps aside. So you can bring on your boogeyman loading his fuss, 'cause we got bees on flowers with honey on hold for those made of gold but wrapped in wires, who keep themselves inspired by the way they feel their spines, screaming, sparkling gods who gotta live by the way they shine. Every morning, the carpet tries to dupe me into becoming a part of it, without work. My work has become trying not to become a wall. I am forced to fashion purpose without a punch clock. I want to get back to the woods. I want to take 4-hour walks on the beach, let the dog run wild towards the gulls, stomp on the tidal sand. I want to sit by the creek, watching salmon. I want to set up a 10-man tent in the backyard, play cards on the patio, and watch frogs leap the creek after flies. Fish all day. And listen to the crickets chirp after sunset. This is my time and my place. This is me saving my saved face. So if my heart starts to radiate bold, broken glass, y'all relax. It'll always pump this fast. Dream again, brother. Dream beyond this empire, beyond the walls around your imagination, and shred the script they have written for us. And let us take up our own stories of home. Let us write. Let us write our own and write our own reality. There is so much poverty inside me. Its language is fear. Fear's alphabet is a song of paralysis, and from within paralysis, I will discover how to desire myself. I will learn how to work without reward. I will learn how to wear my name without being seen. I want to get back to the woods, or back to the ocean, or back to the mountains, or back to something that no city has ever seen. Our God loves people like poems, loves poems like prayers, and loves prayers even when they are silent. Our God's abridged book is a children's story, where the lessons are simple and the smiles lift like first-grade watercolors. Write stories of another world, Winston. The hope of a new narrative, defiance of this script, readiness to stand, and boldness to believe that, yes, we are exiles, Winston, but we are only slaves, so much as we allow ourselves to become so. So listen again, for there is a new rhythm that is coming.
Wait, so I'm confused. Do I just write your names and then I rank you? From
Yeah.
1 to 3, right? So what's your name?
Leah.
Hi, Mom. You're number one. Someone had to do it. Now, I can hear, by the way, I hear all the debate rounds going next door. It's like, that's kind of bizarre. Back when Eisenhower was the president, golf courses was where most of his time was spent. So I never paid much attention to what the president said because, in general, I believe the general was politically dead. But he always seemed to know how the muscles were going to be flexed. He kept mumbling something about a military-industrial complex. Americans no longer fight to keep their shores safe, just to keep the jobs going in the arms-making workplace. So they pretend to be gripped by some sort of political reflex, but all they're doing is paying dues. The military-industrial complex. The military and the monetary get together whenever they think it's necessary. They're turning our brothers and sisters into mercenaries, turning the planet into a cemetery. The military and the monetary use the media as intermediaries. They're determined to keep the citizens secondary. They make so many decisions that seem arbitrary. Gil Scott-Heron, the godfather of rap, political genius, man of many, many words, master of jazz fusion, and king of the political downtrodden. Some of the descriptions that could be made about this great, amazing man who passed away a couple years ago, but we looked at his political writings, his thoughts, his words, his ideas, collection of political poetry by Gil Scott-Heron. We're marching behind the commander-in-chief who was standing under a spotlight, shaking like a leaf, because the ship of state had hit an economic reef, so we knew he'd be bringing us messages of grief. The military, the monetary, were shielded by January, went storming into February, brought us pot-bellied generals as luminaries. 2 weeks ago, hadn't heard of the sons of bitches. Now all of a sudden, they're legendary. They took the honor from the honorary, took the dignity from the dignitaries, took the secrets from the secretaries, but they left the bitch in obituary. The military and the monetary, from thousands of miles away in a Saudi Arabian sanctuary, had us all scrambling for our dictionaries because we couldn't understand the vocabulary. Yeah, they had some smart bums, but they had some dumb ones too. Scared the hell out of CNN, that Baghdad hotel. Space. Space was the place where at least we thought our dreams were safe, where the yesterdays of youth and innocence and grace floated somewhere high above the planet's face. But the distance has been erased because Uncle Sam is on the case. ET's enjoying the arms race here. They're up there building some sort of military base, rocketing through the atmosphere, sliding into second gear, while miles below the people cheer. New invaders on the new frontier. But there are those who do not share the gravity of their lives appear, and in their eyes flash frozen fears, while rocket sounds are all they hear. We must have somehow been disarmed or lost our heads over false alarms, underwhelmed and overcharmed, watching the storm clouds from afar, exploration, proliferation, spending more while pockets fill. Assessments of our investments drive us up to overkill. Practiced looks of great surprise. Or the Captain Kirk of Free Enterprise. Wall Street says, let's play defense. And dollar bills make damn good sense. Hail to new protectionism. Let's bring on the new age of humanism. We can put the cap on capitalism. We've got a giant, mechanical, Reaganism. Old folks must have had it right from the Upon they saw that first satellite, they said, some achievements, some advancements, some amazing things must be good, but not in God's neighborhood. Laser beams and moonbeams, we got peace dreams killed by war schemes. There's a hole shot through the ozone layer that puts the fear back in atmosphere. ICBM, MX cruise missiles, obsolete today. Let's spend another $1 billion on the Sergeant York, then throw that sumbitch away. War is big business, without a doubt. So there ain't much chance of peace breaking out. No matter where a man goes, what he goes looking for, he always seems to find a war. As soon as dreams of peace are felt, the war is raging somewhere else. The military and the monetary. The military and the monetary. The military and the monetary get together whenever they think it's necessary. War in the desert sometimes may be very scary, but they beamed out the war to all their subsidiaries, trying to make so damn insane. We're the adversary, keeping all these citizens secondary, scaring old folks into coronaries, making us wonder if it's all really, truly necessary. We have got to work for peace. Peace ain't coming our way. We've got to work for peace. If we all believed in peace, we could have peace. The only thing that's wrong with peace is you can't make no money from it. Military and the monetary get together whenever they think it's necessary, turning our brothers and sisters into mercenaries, turning the planet into a cemetery. We should not allow ourselves to be misled by all this talk about entering a time of peace. Peace is not the absence of war. Peace is the absence of the rumors of war and the threats of war and the preparation of war. Peace is not the absence of war. It's a time when we will all bring ourselves closer to one another, closer to building a structure within ourselves, because we have finally come to peace within ourselves. We hounded the Ayatollah religiously. We bombed Libya and killed Gaddafi's son hideously. We turned our backs on our allies, the Panamanians. We watched Ally North selling guns to the Iranians. We witnessed Gorbachev slaughtering Lithuanians. So we better warn the Amish. They might bomb the Pennsylvanians. From the Indians who welcomed the pilgrims to the buffalo once ruled the plains, like the vultures circling beneath the dark clouds, looking for the rain, looking for the rain. From the cities that stagger on the coastlines in a nation that can't take much more, like the forest buried beneath the highways, looking for a chance to grow, never had a chance to grow. It's winter in America, and ain't nobody fighting because nobody knows what to fight for. The Constitution was a noble piece of paper. With a free society they struggled, but they died in vain. And now, democracy is ragtime on the corner, hoping that it rains, hoping that it rains. And I've seen the robins perched in barren treetops, watching last-ditch racists marching across the floor. And it's the peace signs that melted in their dreams. It's winter in America. And ain't nobody fighting because nobody knows what to say. Ain't no way overnight to turn your life around. And this ain't the conversation of someone who ever backs down. But no matter how long you've been on trial with the days of self-denial, no matter how many times you tried to make it and found out you just could not take it, if you're looking for a loser who found strength and success, remember the spirit of Malcolm X and know that you can leave all your mistakes behind the day you really, truly try to make up your mind. Don't give up. It's time to stop your fall. You've been down long enough. Listen to the spirits calling the military and the monetary. Military and the monetary. The military and the monetary. They get together whenever they think it's necessary, turning our brothers and sisters into mercenaries, turning the planet into a cemetery. We've got to work for peace. Peace ain't coming our way. We've got to work for peace. I don't want to sound like no late night commercial, but as a matter of fact, there are thousands of children all over the world, in Asia and in Africa and in South America, who need our help. When they start talking about 55 cents a day and 70 cents a day, I know a lot of folks feel that's really not a lot. That's not going to make. We had to give $1.50 to get to the subway today. This is about tomorrow, and about how tomorrow can be better if we each one reach one, each one try to teach one. Nobody can do everything, but everybody can do something. Everybody got to play a part. Everybody got to peace ain't going to be easy. Peace ain't going to be free. We've got to work for peace.
As a teacher, I sometimes wonder just what am I preparing my students for? As I mull through curriculum, educational state standards, draft lesson plans, and decide which literature selections my students will read, I think, I make the classroom relevant to their lives. Although I tend to be restricted by educational state, district, and departmental guidelines and standards, vast of next month, should they read Shakespeare, Dr. Seuss, or watch Bend It Like Beckham? These thoughts permeate the frontal cortex of my brain. What a conundrum. 100% of the time, though, I've conformed gravitating towards the curricular recommendations, either reading a Greek, an African, or a Shakespearean tragedy. What usually follows before my very four eyes, though, is a real-life tragedy. Read-aside. That's right, murder. I never thought of myself as a murderer. Like Grammy Award-winning artist Rihanna, who stated that she doesn't want to do this anymore and doesn't want to commit murder, sometimes those thoughts go through my mind too. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be the reason why. Every time I walk through the classroom door, I see them read a little less this time. I don't want to hurt them anymore. Don't want to be part of organized crime. I don't want to be a murderer. Read-aside. It's a term that hasn't made it to Merriam-Webster's dictionary, but author Kelly Gallagher, who wrote the book, Read-aside, How Schools Are Killing Reading and What You Can Do About It, defines read-aside as the killing of the love of reading, often exacerbated by the inane, mind-numbing practices found in schools. Join me as I uncover the causes of and the solutions for read-aside. Unknowingly committing teenage genocide, many schools value the development of test takers more than they value the development of readers. As a researcher, teacher, and author, Kelly Gallagher has stated that within the past 15 years, 15 is actually the average age of my current students. Well, within the past 15 years, the funding has shifted to purchasing school materials, purchasing the interesting books, to purchasing test prep materials. So pretty much the focus has shifted. As a result, high interest reading is being squeezed out. Gallagher notes that as students are preparing for these standardized exams, they're drowning in marginalia and a sea of sticky notes while reading Beowulf and Shakespeare. With growing test prep methods and guidelines, it's ironic that many schools' mission statements place high value in reading. Unfortunately, because mission statements aren't being realized, we have situations such as Lawrence's. He was a 9th grade English student carrying around his sword and sorcery novel. Now, that's fine and dandy, but the problem was that he wasn't carrying around the novel that his English teacher assigned to him. Then he found out that the exam for the novel was the next day. So under great stress and duress, he pretty much crammed and tried to read the whole novel on the night before the test. He put the pro in procrastination. Now, boys seem to be catching read-aside at a faster rate than girls. Authors Michael Smith and Jeffrey Wilhelm stated in 2002 that the widest gender gap for learning achievement, recorded by standardized measures, is in the area of literacy. Essentially, females outperformed males on literacy measures. The same authors make sure to note that boys tend to read for information or to accomplish tasks, while girls tend to read fiction or non-factual information. Now, non-factual information, fiction, those are all available in the classroom. So why are some students choosing to turn down classroom cuisine? Researchers Cunningham and Moore concur that allowing students to self-select reading literature with teacher guidelines would be a happy medium. Students can then eagerly write about the self-selected book in literature response journals. In the first few journal entries, the students can focus on answering a few teacher-directed questions before branching off into what the features of the text remind them of or placing themselves in one of the characters' shoes. The same researchers suggest that teachers allow students to have book talks, which essentially are mini talk shows in the classroom about interesting books that students would recommend to their peers. Students need to be given opportunities to sell their book to other students. Booktopia.com references research that has proven to annihilate read-aside and motivate students. Read with a purpose in mind. When students know the purpose for reading the selected literature, they are much more engaged in the reading process. Amen to that. Teachers can assign a Celebrate Book Response project prior to reading the assigned novel. Then as students begin reading the novel, they can search for scenes they actually want to reenact in class with costumes and character accents. I would add that perhaps teachers can invite other classes to view the Celebrate Book Response projects in action. This literacy project would extend beyond the boundaries of one classroom to many classes of students school-wide. Scholarly investigators Cunningham and Moore recommend one-on-one teacher-student reading conferences. During the conference, students can point out parts of the text that resonate with them. Teachers can notice a student's reading strategies and skills. And teachers can also try to figure out if the student was able to make logical inferences, being able to decipher the human condition, thereby making a lot of character analyses. If the student hasn't sparked an interest in the novel, teachers can use certain reading strategy techniques such as helping the student preview the text, activating their prior knowledge, and helping them set a purpose for reading. Now, Vicki Myers, she's helped a lot of struggling readers. In a video module trying to help educators with this issue, she said that scaffolding helps the teachers find out what the student already knows. What she's saying is probe. Use a series of probing questions, asking the students, and then that will actually help the teacher determine what insights the student gains from the actual literature. This way, we can kind of transform the text into a less boring one and into a more interesting one. That's pretty much a win-win situation. So, with these strategies increasingly in place, perhaps students will no longer consider reading a chore, but an activity they can enjoy. I thank my former students for making me pause and think through my teaching practices, because like Rihanna, I don't want to be a murderer committing involuntary read-aside. With this reflection, this research, and these correctional strategies in place, we can remedy this endemic, rampant, anti-education syndrome, read-aside. The late University of Wisconsin professor, Herbert Clyburn, once said, "Life is a concert, and education is the bus that takes you there." As teachers, we must ask ourselves if our present lessons and curricular activities will help prepare our students for their concerts, their future. Thank you.
Alright.
That's really good.
Yay, thanks.
So do I just like explain each one or?
No, in IE there's no disclosure. You just, we leave the room, you rank us.
We'll let them know that's
Yeah.
the video 'cause I'm not gonna
Thank you for judging. Huh?
I'm not touching the computer. So
Oh, no, no.
Oh no.
No. I will get Senor Dolberg to
See, if you were performing this right, he'd already been here
Huh?
with about 50 other people.
At least 4.
Say hello to the world.
Hi, world.
Hello, debate community at large.
Ian, what's your number? Judge.
Okay. My opponent's ready.
1 second.
Okay. Judge ready? And horse horn? Okay. We affirm. Contention 1, diseases. Subpoint A, malaria. Malaria is a terrible problem currently plaguing Africa that can be easily solved. UNICEF reports that malaria kills a child somewhere in the world every minute and infects approximately 219 million people each year, with an estimated 660,000 deaths, mostly children in Africa. 90% of malaria deaths occur in Africa, where malaria accounts for about 1 in 6 of all childhood deaths. While these numbers are upsetting, there is an easy solution that can be implemented to help the people, and especially the children, all over the Sahel region of Africa. The MSF Access Campaign, an international humanitarian aid organization, found that by implementing a seasonal malaria chemoprevention strategy, there is a 65% drop in the number of malaria cases in the Sahel region. Malaria is a big problem in the Sahel region, not only for lives but also for development. UNICEF goes on to report that malaria has serious economic impacts, slowing economic growth and development and perpetuating the vicious cycle of poverty. Malaria is a truly a disease of poverty, afflicting primarily the poor, who tend to live in malaria-prone rural areas. Thus, prioritizing malaria treatment not only saves millions of lives, but also stops the vicious cycle of instability plaguing Africa. Subpoint B, PEPFAR. Dr. Sandra Jeremiah, professor of international relations at Wheaton College, writes that the U.S. response pandemic in Africa has embodied the redefined nature of security threats that characterize the post-9/11 era, classifying the AIDS epidemic as, quote, a security threat played out within individual bodies, passed on to children and family members, an individual disaster that clusters within families and communities, a disease with such magnitude that it multiplies its effect to the point that it has become a security issue for states through the challenges it creates, links human security to international security. She asserts that these security measures are incredibly important because it is the first time the disease has been classified as a security threat. The Washington Post points out that statistics show that more than 2 million women and children have received antiretroviral treatment because of the program. This would include almost 1.2 million HIV-positive women, and the Annals of Internal Medicine reports that there's been a 10.5% reduction in the AIDS death rate in 12 PEPFAR countries in Africa compared with neighboring nations. Further, of the study concluded about 1.2 million deaths were averted because of PEPFAR's activity. Attention to pollution. Currently in the Sahel region, there is a major energy issue that needs to be addressed through our humanitarian assistance. The Office of the Press Secretary reported more than 2/3 of the population of sub-Saharan Africa lack access to electricity, and more than 85% of those lack access. Since the population doesn't have access to power, they are forced to use stoves that cause harmful health problems. Majid Azadi, professor of international health at Harvard University, finds that in sub-Saharan Africa, 94% of the rural population and 73% of the urban population use biomass, wood, charcoal, crop residues, and coal as their main source of energy for cooking and heating. Particularly in open or poorly ventilated stoves, generates numerous pollutants, including particulate matter and carbon monoxide. He goes on to explain that exposure to indoor air pollution depends critically on how access to energy technology. The greatest risk reductions can be achieved by a transition to electricity, or even to divert the use of fossil fuels like natural gas and kerosene. The indoor pollution created by malaria but the energy crisis leads to more deaths than AIDS and malaria combined. Bradford Plummer of the Washington Post reports that across sub-Saharan Africa, fully 590 million people lack access to power, and it's a life or death issue. Indoor air pollution from wood stove now kills 3.5 million people per year, more than AIDS and malaria combined. However, this problem is being solved by a White House program called Power Africa. The White House reports Power Africa will add more than 10,000 megawatts of cleaner energy and provide electricity for 20 million new households throughout 12 countries, including the several in the Sahel region. Contention 3, humanitarian assistance is a prerequisite to military aid. There is a clear problem in the Sahel region stemming specifically from a lack of stability. The African Development Bank President Donald Kaberuka says the Sahel faces old challenges such as climate vulnerability and recurrent drought, compounded by insecurity. Now we must work together to build resilience and create opportunities for all jobs, especially the young. The solution for the Sahel is inclusive economic growth, trade, and investment. However, Ban Ki-moon furthers that we can fix this problem. The crisis can be broken by working together and investing in governance, security, and resilience for opportunity for women and for young people, and thus we engage. Where are you from?
Yep. Judge? Everybody else? Okay. We negate the resolution resolved. Developmental assistance should be prioritized over military aid in the Sahel region of Africa. We offer the following observations. First, according to economist Mbisa Moyo, in nearly all cases, short-term aid evaluations give the erroneous impression of aid success, but short-term evaluations are scarcely relevant when trying to tackle Africa's long-term problems. Aid effectiveness should be measured against its contribution to long-term sustainable growth. Accordingly, we should favor that policy that does what is best for long-term problems over policies that seem to solve short-term ones. Second, the affirmative team has the exclusive burden to prove that the resolution is true. All we need to do to win the round is show that they have failed to meet their burden. As such, we do not need to provide any positive arguments for military aid. We need only show that the arguments they defended were insufficient to establish the truth of the resolution. With that, consider the following arguments. Contention 1, development aid furthers conflict. As the Stimson Center explains, applying traditional development initiatives that depend on decentralizing and strengthening the state will be difficult in the region, given the lack of effective state institutions in the capital and the lack of state institutions overall. The Center furthers that international development efforts have largely failed in the region and have exacerbated tensions and conflicts. The reason for this is quite simple. Development aid is predicated on the idea that existing government infrastructure can effectively use the aid. Because such an infrastructure is mostly absent in the Sahel, the aid is simply fought over by competing parties. Contention 2, development aid is counterproductive. It is important to note that development aid to the Sahel from the US and EU totals $694 million per year. According to the Wall Street Journal, the African Union estimated that corruption was costing $150 billion a year, as international donors were apparently turning a blind eye to the simple fact that aid money was inadvertently fueling waste and corruption. It has been all too easy for the funds to be used for anything except for the developmental purposes for which they were intended. The problem is that developmental aid fuels and facilitates government corruption, which is significantly more costly than the amount of developmental aid required to alleviate the suffering. The Wall Street Journal furthers that as aid flows in, there is nothing more for the government to do. It doesn't need to raise taxes, it doesn't need to benefit its people, and as long as it pays the army, it doesn't have to take account of its disgruntled citizens. All the government needs to do is court its foreign donors to stay in power. This is why approximately 70% of the public purse comes from foreign aid, giving governments no incentive to enable policies for long-term sustainable growth. This is confirmed empirically, as according to William Easterly, countries with below-average aid had the same growth rate as countries with above-average aid. Poor countries with no aid have had no trouble having positive growth. For example, Chad has zero growth. Moreover, according to economist Mbisa Moyo, over the past 30 years, the most aid-dependent countries have exhibited an average annual growth rate of minus 0.2%. Between 1970 and 1998, when aid flows to Africa were at their peak, the poverty rate in Africa actually rose from 11% to a staggering 66%. Furthermore, foreign aid discourages savings. As explained by the Financial Times, foreign aid causes a massive decline in the levels of saving and investment among the general population, who are empirically shown to spend what little money they have rather than prepare for future needs. As savings declines, there's a multiplier effect in the reduction of savings as banks lend less money themselves. The Times furthers that an outgrowth of the crowding out problem is that higher aid-induced consumption leads to an environment where much more money is chasing fewer and fewer goods. This almost invariably leads to price rises, and that is higher inflation. The impact of this is striking and devastating. As renowned economist Hernando de Soto explains, the benefit of savings in Africa is greater than 40 times all foreign aid received since 1945. The reason for this is simple. When people save, it enables local businesses to receive investments necessary for forming sustainable economic processes. Or with the discouraged savings seen with development aid, there is less ability for businesses to grow, which ultimately in the long term undermines economic expansion. Therefore, we urge you to negate the resolution. Thank you.
We're going to run some prep time. Sure. Say at least 25 seconds. Ready?
Yep.
Judge, ready? So in your observation, you say that we have to prove that developmental assistance is better than military aid, but then your whole case is just a general aid is bad argument, right?
It's development aid is bad.
Okay, so what is would you then agree that military aid is bad too?
Not necessarily, but that's not our burden under the resolution.
Wait,
Under the
okay, so
hang on, let me
sure.
explain.
Okay.
Under the resolution, all the negative team has to do is prove that we should not prioritize development aid over military aid.
But if military aid is, say maybe both scenarios aren't perfect scenarios, but if we show you that in our pro-world, developmental aid is still a better scenario than if we prioritize military aid, are we proving the truth test of the resolution?
Seems to be, yeah.
Okay, do you have a question?
I have a question for you. Look to your subpoint B in your first contention about PEPFAR.
Sure.
What countries in the Sahel is PEPFAR active in?
Ethiopia, Niger, and Nigeria.
Okay, and how many lives have they saved there?
Sure, 2 million, or rather 1.2 million deaths were prevented.
In those 3 countries?
Well, there were 12 countries in the PEPFAR program that it affected, and those 12 countries were, 3 of those countries were in the Sahel region. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay, so when you talk about the whole point of higher inflation stemming from aid, right?
Yeah.
So what you're saying is the influx of foreign aid from the United States causes higher, or from like foreign countries causes higher inflation, so the Dutch disease effect?
Sure.
Okay, do you have a question for me?
You talk about how there is a need for energy among the rural population.
Sure.
Don't you agree that we should implement a program that looks towards the long-term solution rather than a short-term solution for the problem?
Sure, and for a long-term solution, you need power grids because it's pointless to just like give one house power when you can build a power grid for an entire community or the entire country.
Right. Wouldn't it make sense for the companies that are going to be building those power grids to come from the country themselves?
Well, except the problem is the countries themselves don't have companies with the capacity
Well,
to build the power grid, so that's
right.
why we need to give them developmental assistance so they have the capacity.
Well, that's where you make a mistake because according to our Financial Times evidence, the fact that we're giving them domestic assistance or domestic aid causes a situation where they're not able to invest into companies, and these companies don't form for that reason.
But there's so many of those.
Okay.
So can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So like you say like that developmental assistance furthers conflict.
Yes.
So isn't conflict though bred from instability that's caused by a lack of like access to resources by individuals in those countries?
Well, our Stimson Center evidence says that development assistance fails because the states lack infrastructure necessary to implement. For example, a non-government organization would have a very hard time implementing aid if there were no running water, for example.
Okay, but what percent of aid is from non-governmental organizations?
Oh, it's just an example.
Okay, but wouldn't a state government, which is 85% of developmental aid, have the capacity to implement the aid since they have infrastructure that they can use? Like
These states don't have infrastructure.
Wait,
That's
no,
what our
no,
Stimson Center evidence says.
but the United States' infrastructure compared to a program like Doctors Without Borders, right?
But they can't implement their infrastructure in the other country. If I have running water in Florida, that doesn't mean that I have running water in, I don't know, Mali.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try and help Mali develop the infrastructure to give them running water, to give them aid.
We should let Mali help themselves by encouraging domestic investment. By not giving them aid and encouraging domestic investment.
Where will the money come from?
Their normal incomes.
Alright.
Do you mind if I see your case?
Yes, sir. And do you want any like the cards I can pull? And we have the full articles.
Yeah, I'm gonna run a second on that.
Sure. A minute 11 remaining.
Okay.
Opponent check? Alex?
Yep.
Judge? Okay. Starting off from the observation that they make, first they say that we have to look to the long-term solvency, but look to Dr. Kaburka in our case who specifically says the solution for the Sahel is inclusive economic growth, trade, and investment. This is what will lay basis for lasting stability and sustainability. So right there off the bat, we're meeting this observation burden that they're putting on us. But second of all, going off of that observation, they don't prove to you, not only do they not prove to you short-term solvency, but they don't either prove to you long-term solvency. So first, you're going to be preferring any sort of solvency that we can prove if they're proving none. But go on to their first contention where they talk about how this furthers conflict, and I have 3 responses. First of all, they tell you that there's a lack of effective infrastructure. That's a warrant for the pro. If they have infrastructure, then that means we should probably prioritize creating infrastructure for the country. That's just inherently true. But second of all, they go on to say that aid has failed. They don't tell you any evidence that actually says this. They just simply assert this. Make them prove this to you through examples and actual evidence, not just themselves. But third of all, remember that when we see that we actually aid, this furthers conflict, which is what they're saying is so bad. So we are not going to be voting off of their contention at the point at which they're turning it themselves when you have military aid creating conflict in the region. But go on to their second contention, and they talk about how this aid is counterproductive. First of all, this entire contention is based off of the fact that we would be advocating for simply giving them lump sums of money. That's not what we're advocating for. In our case, we advocate for vaccines for malaria and AIDS, and also we advocate for solving the indoor pollution problem. Never do we tell you that we should just give them lump sums of cash or just write out checks to them. So any impacts that they draw off of this don't actually relate back to our advocacy. Don't let them misconstrue this and say that that's what we're advocating for. None of these impacts actually relate back to what we're saying. But even if you want to believe that this Dutch disease effect that they talk about is actually occurring, I have 5 responses. From the Center for Research in Economic Development and International Trade, they lay out 5 reasons why this isn't true. First, they say in order for this to actually happen, there has to be 2 criteria met. First, it has to lead to a fall in the relative price of internationally traded goods, and this fall has to have an adverse effect on the efficiency of production. Make them prove these 2 things to you before they try and go for any of these impacts. They haven't proven these yet, they're not winning this. But second of all, they go on to say an aid inflow causes a real exchange rate appreciation in most countries, but the size effect varies substantially. So this Dutch disease effect that they're talking about can't be placed onto one playing field. You can't just say it happens largely or smallly. It varies very much in different countries, so they're not really proving anything to you about the whole region overall when they talk about this. But third, it goes on to say that if there is investment and capital productivity while there is this aid, then you're not actually going to see this Dutch disease effect. So at that point, you're not seeing this because, as they go on to further say, fourthly, they say that in least developed countries, the marginal return to capital investment is very high. So right there, since Africa has very little developed countries, specifically in the Sahel region, you see that the investment is actually high and you're not seeing this Dutch disease effect, which is furthered by 2 studies by Naomi and Saki, and they find that within the first year following an aid increase, and there was a negative elasticity, which implied that either the offsetting productivity effects came into play almost immediately, or the standard Dutch disease model is not applicable. So either way, this Dutch disease model that they talk about in their second contention really isn't occurring. This is just a Dutch disease effect that they're trying to say is happening in Africa. They don't prove this actually happens. And once again, even if you don't believe any of these 5 responses, this links back to an advocacy that we're not advocating for. I only see a pro ballot. Thank you.
Sorry. Sorry. Judge. All right, so begin with their first contention. Their first subpoint was this malaria drug relief, and their second subpoint was PEPFAR. We'll group these 2 together because we're going to be arguing that military aid is a prerequisite to accessing all of these benefits. According to Oxfam, conflicts in the Sahel region, such as countries like Nigeria and Mali, are preventing access to the developmental aid that would otherwise go to these people. In other words, terrorists in these countries are preventing people from getting the aid that they say is good. Now, the only way to allow these people to get the aid they say is very good is to provide the governments of these countries who are fighting the insurgents and the terrorists with military aid. The development aid doesn't get to the people if there's terrorists shooting at them while they're trying to get the aid. So on the ground, in the status quo, the only way to access their benefits is to provide these governments with military aid, so all of their impacts, even if you accept them, are going to go to our side. And this is confirmed by Harvard University, a study conducted by Harvard University, according to which aid increased conflict casualties by 90%. Why? Because the aid is given to the governments, and terrorists associate the aid with the governments against which they're fighting, and so they target the civilians who are therefore getting the aid. And so the only way to solve for this conflict is through military assistance, not through developmental aid, which exacerbates the problem unless we prioritize the military assistance. So all of their impacts under their first contention are actually arguments for our side. We're not advocating reducing the amount of aid. We're not saying that we should reduce the amount of drugs we're giving to these people. All we're doing is saying that we should increase the amount of military spending. So insofar as that's true, their first contention is an argument for our side. What about their PEPFAR argument specifically. Notice that their evidence is not specific to the Sahel region. I quote from their own case, a 10.5% reduction in the AIDS death rate in 12 PEPFAR countries in Africa compared with neighboring nations. So the evidence isn't specific to the region, and therefore you just cross-apply my response about the conflict specific to the region. So in Nigeria, in Mali, and in Sudan, and other Ethiopia as well, because of the Somali pirates, you have these conflicts which prevents the aid that they would otherwise be getting from getting to the people, and the only way to solve for that is the conflict. Secondarily, again, we're not advocating reducing the amount of drugs going to these countries. All we're doing is advocating for an increase in military aid. So in our world, you don't lose all of their benefits. You have their benefits, but you also increase stability in the region, which is a positive benefit. So we get all of their impacts and none of their harms. Again, according to PBS, $700 million goes in AIDS, only $100 million in military spending. We're not advocating cutting any of the aid that goes to the relief for disease and PEPFAR. We're just saying that military spending should be increased. So we get all of their benefits and none of their harms. On the second contention about pollution, this is actually an argument for our side, and this is true for two reasons. The first of which is that the electricity they advocate, in other words, they say, well, these African countries should be getting electricity. If you agree that pollution is a voting issue in today's debate, electricity depends on the burning of coal, which increases pollution even more. So if they're advocating this idea that African countries should be getting access to electricity, that requires even more pollution. The second reason this is an argument for our side is that developed countries pollute more than anyone else, and they're advocating for developing Africa. So again, this is just empirically confirmed. The United States and the European Union are developed nations, and we contribute more pollution than any other country in the world, including countries in Africa. This is important because according to David Pimentel of Cornell University, 40% of total global deaths are caused by pollution. From where? From the United States and the European Union, from developed countries. And they're advocating for the development of the countries in the Sahel region of Africa, which increases pollution and thereby increasing the deaths. So if you agree that pollution is a voting issue, pollution is bad, then you ought to agree that we shouldn't develop these areas because that's going to increase global deaths. The reason why people in Africa are dying is particulate pollution from the United States and other developed countries are going across the ocean from the atmosphere and polluting underdeveloped countries. So for all these reasons, you should vote for us. Thank you.
We'll take some.
I wonder who that is. Nacho. It's definitely Rico. Yeah, Danny has a way of projecting his speech. Yeah, I have to. Billy Gaston 12 times in high school.
Okay, we have 50 seconds.
Miserable every single time. Yeah, but also
Right. So, are you aware that assistance can be something other than just handing people money?
Yes.
And are you aware that we're not advocating for that?
So my partner.
Yes or no?
Are
you aware that I know, but you said you just kind of shrugged.
I was trying to answer that.
Go ahead.
So my partner is going to address it, but even assuming that your point is well taken, all of your arguments are arguments for our side.
Okay, wait. You didn't answer my question at all. So are you
I'm
aware
saying,
that that's not what we're advocating for?
yes, I am aware of that.
Okay.
And then I'm further making the point that it doesn't matter because I've shown how all of your arguments are actually voting issues for us.
Actually, really, you just said that military aid is a prerequisite. Could you explain that to me?
Yes, in order to get this aid that you say is very good to the civilian population, we need to have a stable environment. Would you agree?
I mean, empirically, I wouldn't, considering that we actually provide you these impacts. So really,
well, according
if
to
that's
Oxfam, which is the organization
Hold on,
that
can I finish? Sure. If what you're saying is true, then we wouldn't be seeing these impacts, right?
Well, according to Oxfam, which is the first of all, two responses. First, your evidence is Africa in general, which doesn't account for the
Can
conflicts.
you tell me a difference between Africa, why there would be a difference between
Sub-Saharan
statistics and the Sahel region? Is there a clear difference in why there would be difference in statistics?
Right, yes. The difference is the conflicts that I mentioned in my speech. And that creates a situation, according to Oxfam, which makes it very difficult for the aid to get to the civilian population because terrorists are now targeting the people who are getting the aid. So you have to have a stable environment in order to access to the benefits that
Wait.
you're talking about in the Sahel region. And you see conflicts in the Sahel region more than you do in other parts of sub-Saharan Africa, such as Sudan. There's a genocide. 400,000 people have been killed. The only way to solve that problem is by military assistance, because the people who are committing the genocide have weapons. The
Are
only
you
way
trying
you
to
fight.
tell me that there's like no conflict in Africa except in the Sahel region?
I asked the audience, any member of the audience, to if I ever said
Like your
anything
reason,
like that.
okay, your
I said-
reason for
I
why there
said-
would be a difference between the Sahel region statistics and the overall African statistics are because Sahel has more conflict. That's asserting that there's no conflict in Africa overall.
No, I never said that there's no other conflicts in Africa. I just said that in the Sahel.
And your reasoning doesn't prove true.
Can I please finish?
Yeah.
I just said that there are conflicts that make it very difficult for the aid to get to the civilian population. You haven't proven that in the other countries that are part of PEPFAR, there are also conflicts.
Okay, so if we
All
can
right.
prove that in the other countries there's conflict, then we
So
can
what's another
gain that
country?
offense.
What's another country?
We have a list that we can bring up. I don't have it right now.
Right.
But
so
also
according to
on the
our,
malaria
but
point,
again,
it's not-
even if that's true, it might be it's specific to the region. Our Oxfam evidence
But
says that the
specifically
aid is not
in
getting to
malaria.
people.
In
The aid is not
malaria,
getting to
our
people.
evidence is specific to the region. You completely ignore that.
Question. I'll run a few more seconds. Opponents ready. Warren, judge. The order is going to be framework briefly on their case and then come back to my case. Judge, so when you looked at framework, remember, they're telling you in the status quo we're seeing more aid going to developmental aid than to military aid. They're arguing for a change in that. They're arguing that more aid should go to military aid than developmental aid. That's prioritization of military aid. What that means is that less resources can be devoted to developmental aid, and we're going to show you why that's bad. Briefly on their case, they're telling you that developmental aid is bad in the long term. Remember, they have 5 burdens they have to prove that Lauren reads you about the Dutch disease effect. They concede in the first crossfire that the Dutch disease effect is the internal link into that argument. Make them overcome the 5 hurdles that she puts on their rebuttal. Now on our case, contention 1, remember the first subpoint A about malaria. The Doctors Without Borders evidence article is titled, "The Sahel. New program sees 65% fewer malaria cases." This is specific to the Sahel region because of a program implemented in there. That's going to see a 65% decrease in malaria. That's a reason why you're prioritizing developmental aid over military aid, because military aid doesn't reduce the amount of malaria because it doesn't deliver vaccinations. Then, on the idea of PEPFAR, 3 countries in the PEPFAR region, Ethiopia, Nigeria, and Niger, are all affected by PEPFAR program. Sure, 12. That's 3 of the 12 countries, but we're still showing you that that's lives saved. So maybe it's not 1.2 million, but we're showing you that the program was effective in sub-Saharan Africa overall. So if you prioritize this program, that means that in the long term, you can prioritize it so the PEPFAR program spreads to other countries and can save more lives. Then about the prerequisite argument, they're going to get up here and say that you have to have security before you can have stability. But Judge, their evidence says increases in aid cause increases in casualties. Logically, increases in military aid, which means you're going to be fighting and causing violence, which is what they're advocating for, are also going to cause increases in casualty, such as things like drone strikes, which have led to a CNN reports a record high rate of terrorist attacks in 2013 and 2012 because of the fact that this increases the number of terrorists. Make them prove that they're not going to increase casualties as a result of this. Then the pollution argument. Remember, they say we can't use coal because coal pollutes, but that's exactly their argument. Coal, wood-burning stoves kill more people than AIDS and malaria every year. If we build power grids that use natural gas and kerosene, which is what Power Africa is doing, then you're going to see 20 million people get access to clean energy and not having to use wood-burning stoves, which kill millions of people, and thus we affirm.
Can we hear in prep time?
Thank just going straight down the negative case.
Okay.
Opponents? Judge? You okay?
Yep, I'm good.
Judge? Cesar? Everybody else? So first look to our observation where we tell you from Moyo that all aid appears to be effective in the short term and to prefer long-term impacts. Now they say that the solution for the Sahel is growth and investment. Remember, this is undermined by development assistance as per our Financial Times evidence where we tell you that domestic investment is going down when you give them aid. Look to our first contention about how domestic development assistance encourages conflict. They say we should create infrastructure because there isn't one. We should enable countries to build their own infrastructure by not burdening them with aid that's going to create a situation where they're not able to gather domestic investment. Now, extend our Stimson Center evidence because they never respond to it where we show you that domestic assistance fails because this infrastructure doesn't exist and that it furthers internal conflict. Now look towards the counterproductive argument. They say they're not advocating for money. That doesn't matter because our Wall Street Journal evidence says that you form a culture of corruption whereby even if you receive a good rather than money, you're able to sell that good on the black market or to a secondary party so that you enrich yourself rather than having the aid actually go to the recipient. Then they give you 5 responses that are all pretty much in the same kind of category where they talk about why investment is going to be benefited if in regards to corruption. Remember our Financial Times evidence where we show you that investment is undermined. That answers that argument. We show you that empirically, corruption costs $150 billion a year. That outweighs any of their arguments. Extend our Easterly evidence where we show you that aid has no effect on growth. Extend our Moyo evidence where we show you that when aid was at its peak for 30 years, poverty grew in Africa from 11% to 66%. We've tried what they're advocating for, and it's failed time and time again. Finally, extend our last argument from Financial Times where we show you that foreign aid results in a massive decline in savings because people spend the money immediately. That leads to higher inflation and causes an inability for banks to make loans to domestic companies. Our DeSoto evidence has gone unrefuted to and round where we tell you where we receive 40 times the economic benefit from savings that we would have from aid, all of the aid we've received since 1945. Because time and time again we show you that aid is not the answer when it comes to the Sahel region, we urge you to negate.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Judge ready?
Mm-hmm.
So, when you talk about the Wall Street Journal evidence and they create like this culture of corruption,
yeah,
like the quantification of that is that there's $120 billion lost from corruption.
150
in the Sahel.
In Africa.
Okay. Which countries, like specifically?
It
Just the whole country. Okay.
covers Africa.
Do you have a question?
Sure. You or should I? Okay. So you say that we need to have growth and investment for the Sahel.
Sure. Yeah.
Isn't that undermined by discouraging domestic investment?
But the problem is, A, do domestic investors have the financial capital or financial resources to invest on the same scale as NGOs or foreign governments?
The point is, we're not enabling them to, so we can't even know the answer to that.
Wait, how do you prove that, ever?
Our Financial Times evidence where we show you that there's a massive decline in savings as a result from foreign aid.
But how does...
Okay, that goes back to the whole point I'm making on your first contention that you've completely ignored throughout the round, that you're placing an advocacy on us that we're not advocating.
All our evidence says developmental aid, so
okay,
we're not advocating developmental aid.
No.
The pro gets to choose their advocacy.
Yeah, like
right.
Paul,
So are you advocating developmental aid?
But the thing is, like what Lauren brought up is when you talk about like the foreign assistance reduces domestic investment. How does that happen?
Okay. Let me give an example.
Hold on.
Let me give an example. Say we buy malaria nets for everyone, like you want. Okay?
Sure. Well, we're vaccinating, but yeah, okay.
But that's presumably included.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So now all the companies that make malaria nets in, say, Mali, if we're delivering them there, go out of business because no one's going to buy them because they already got them for free.
But
so that destroys local investment.
And notice that those free nets, according to our evidence, only last for 5 years, whereas those companies, had they remained in business, would have been producing nets in the long term. So now you've you solved the short-term problem only to create a long-term problem down the road.
Question, but could those companies have solved for it? What was the rate of malaria declining when there were just these domestic companies in place?
See, it's hard to answer that because we've been massively funding these countries with aid for the last basically 70 years.
The point is, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't know because all we've been doing is throwing money at the situation, and the problem persists.
But what we do know is that for 30 years, when aid was at its peak, poverty grew from 11% to 66%.
Okay,
so I mean,
you can't. But the thing is, like, you can't prove that. Like, what we're saying is that the programs that you implemented, like PEPFAR and the new the malaria program, have just been implemented in like the past 10 years, and we've seen significant gains from those programs in
And
the last 10 years.
We
that's another
never
impact
sent drugs to Africa before that.
Wait,
Well, no,
further.
but we're showing that in the status quo. Well, first off, AIDS, antiretroviral drugs to fight AIDS have become much more effective since like 60 or 50 years ago when you're
And
looking
people
at
will still continue to get AIDS unless the country develops, and the best way to do that is not to keep sending them
But
AIDS.
less people will die from AIDS because
In
we've been
the
sending
short
it.
term, but in the long term, more people will
Why
die.
are less companies producing antiretroviral drugs because of our
In Africa, yes.
Because of our
So again, it's a
there's less
short-term solution for a
antiretroviral.
long-term problem.
For an advocacy, we're not advocating.
We have like 7 seconds.
You can take more if you need it.
Right.
Alright, opponents ready?
Yeah.
Alex?
Yep.
Judge? Alright. First, let's look at the framework. Remember, Alex tells you in summary that they're specifically telling you that military aid should be prioritized over the developmental assistance. They don't answer this, and thus at that point, that means they're agreeing to it. Alex tells you that when this happens, that means you're taking away from the developmental assistance, thus taking away from all of the impacts that we've talked about in the round so far. So if you vote con in this round, what you do is you negate every single impact that we've talked about in this round. Don't let them come up here and say that they don't agree to this. They haven't answered this in the round. They can't answer it in final. Two. But let's go on to why we're winning off of their case alone. First on their first contention about this lack of institutions and how conflict is bad. First of all, remember, them telling you that there's a lack of institutions tells you why you need to vote pro. If they don't have institutions, we need to prioritize the development assistance so that they can have institutions. Also, when they say this conflict is bad, remember, they're creating more conflict by having this military aid there. They never answer this. Don't let them get away with that. But second on their aid dependency and every single one of their bad impacts that comes from aid. Remember, all of these rely on an advocacy that we simply aren't advocating for. The pro in this round is allowed to advocate for whatever programs they want, so as long as they are developmental assistant programs. At that point, every single impact they've given you throughout today's round does not apply to anything that we're talking about. Remember, we're advocating for vaccinations for malaria and PEPFAR and solving for the pollution. They said we had to prove long-term solvency. We specifically do that through Dr. Crabot, and they specifically ignore this. He says the only way to get lasting stability is through economic growth. Remember, we tell you malaria is down 65% specifically in the Sahel region, and we also tell you that pollution is going to kill 3.5 million people, not outdoor pollution, which they completely misunderstand, but indoor pollution from stovetops. Thus, we have affirmed the resolution.
You guys ready? Yep. Good. All right. So the first reason you ought to vote for us is the argument from the idea that military aid is a prerequisite to getting all of their impacts. And they never responded to our XFM evidence. The only way you can have people get the aid they say is so good is by ameliorating the conflict situation because people are being shot at while they're trying to get the aid. And our Harvard evidence says that the aid increases conflict casualties by 90%. The only thing he said in response was that an increase in military aid causes also casualties. But just look at what is probable. If the war is going to be finished sooner because of increased military aid, then there are going to be less deaths in the long term. Obviously, war causes death, but war happens in their world and in our world. The question is long term versus short term, and in the long term, the war ends sooner. So this is the first reason you vote for us. The second reason, which went completely unresponded to, is this argument that we made that says we're not advocating for getting rid of PEPFAR and other developmental aid programs that in terms of disease and AIDS reduction. All we're doing is saying that the amount of dollars spent in military aid should be increased above the $700 million that we're currently spending on overall developmental aid. So in our world, we get all of their impacts, but we also get the benefits of increased military aid, which causes a stability in the Sahel region specifically. On their pollution argument, he just says natural gas, but natural gas and not coal burning. But if we don't have the infrastructure in the developed countries, I'm I find it pretty hard to believe that African countries are going to have the infrastructure in order to use natural gas instead of coal-produced electricity. So another reason you're going to vote for us is this argument to which they had no response. Overall developmental aid, which includes their aid, increased poverty in Africa from 11% to 66%. They had no response ever throughout the round. So again, developmental aid as a whole exacerbates the problem, and military aid creates stability in the region, which allows them to solve their own problems. Thank you.
Round, guys.
I need about 3 minutes.
Do you know if there's a coffee place around here? You suddenly just became my favorite friend. I didn't know it was that close, so I think you're my favorite person right now. Yeah. Yeah. It's about that time. I'm on stars. Yeah. So now you're like rating on my grade. Neither do I. It was right. It's like a Christian disgrace. Oh.
Okay. I'm sorry to do this to you again. I'm gonna go neg. And my main reason is that they put forth this idea that all of the arguments you made and all of the benefits that you brought, they could still use. And once they opened that door, you didn't go through it yourself. So you didn't show that they were wrong. You didn't show that your benefits, that your specific plan did not work if you were to prioritize military aid over humanitarian or developmental aid. So I thought on that was like my main issue, because they said like they didn't advocate for not using PEPFAR, they didn't advocate for not using Oxfam, and then you essentially argued that if you're going to prioritize military aid, you're going to take money away from developmental aid. But that's not what they were saying, and that's not necessarily what would happen, because in saying that you're assuming the money comes from the same pool, and that's not how it happens. It comes from the international community, all of the NATO. You've got the UN, you've got the EU. But what I did think that you did win is the Dutch disease and the inflation argument. I thought you definitely showed that they didn't prove their case. They didn't meet those 5 things. You showed they didn't prove the 2 things for the Dutch disease that they do need to prove to make sure that to prove that it works. And then when in Cross X, you asked where the money would come from for the domestic investment that they said would happen if they won. And their answer was that it would come from the income itself, but then you pointed out that they don't have an infrastructure. So I would buy your argument that if they don't have an infrastructure, the likelihood of them having enough income to make that development is low. But I did think that overall, they still won. So I thought what you won was that you pointed out that some of their evidence was not specific to the Sahel region. And I really think that matters here, because in QA you sort of conflated all of Africa with the Sahel region, and you just can't do that. In a QA you asked about the difference between conflicts in the rest of Africa versus conflicts in the Sahel region, or like what makes the rest of Africa different. And you said that because these programs have worked here, they must work here. And that's fine. I can buy that argument that if a program works in one country, it may work in another. But where you went wrong is by saying that it doesn't matter that, like, you were pretty much conflating that Zambia is the same as Mali, or that Ethiopia is the same as Egypt, when they're just not the same country. And by saying, and like he answered your question, he pointed to several conflicts that are currently going on in 4 of the 13 countries in the Sahel region. So he answered your question, but then he said it doesn't matter because all of Africa is the same, and I just thought you lost on that point. And then, so I appreciated that you gave me specific countries within this region that you're debating. And then I really bought your argument about forming a culture of corruption, because I didn't buy that argument at first. I never buy the argument that if you give me money, I'm going to be more corrupt because I don't have an incentive. But what I thought you turned on was that it doesn't, and then their response that they're not just going to give me money. I thought that was a good response. But then I thought you won by turning it and saying that it doesn't, and it was a Financial Times article that said it doesn't matter if you give me like a goat because I'm going to sell that goat and turn it into money and thus breeding corruption. While I wouldn't think of that necessarily, I think that could work. Like just giving them goods could be turned into money because you sell them and then that breeds corruption. So I thought your response to that was good. But I did think you did a good job by saying we're not just going to throw money at the problem. And then I thought that your argument that military intervention is required for long-term sustenance and long-term progression really, really helped you win. Because like at the end of the day, we've been giving them military aid and we've been giving them developmental aid for decades. But like you didn't prove that only giving them more developmental aid and not prioritizing the military will provide for the long-term effects. And they were showing you that you need to, stop these conflicts in order to have that developmental aid be more effective. And you didn't sort of disprove that. So I thought that's why they went on that.
Just one question.
Mhm.
If they're saying that we're not changing the amount of developmental aid that's going to Africa, then what's the point of the corruption argument? Because that isn't the corruption still occurring.
So essentially, like the way that I saw it, if you're increasing military aid, you're making that country more stable. You're getting out the terrorists, you're getting out the people that are shooting people up. So that in itself breeds for a more stable region, which usually breeds for less corruption. So the fact that you're not increasing more money, and their argument that more money equals corruption doesn't necessarily do it for me, because their point about stability sort of precedes that, because that in itself logically stops the corruption and then stops all these other things that happen. It's either cut or just
Just click here.
Thank you.